Okay, I think. I think we're okay. Hold on. I had to suddenly pee just before the stream started. So I'm like running on over to start streaming. I don't think we're gonna finish it today, but barring.
Let me pee in my mouth instead.
Okay. Barring something horrible from happening, I should be able to finish it tomorrow. I guess it just really depends if we decide we want to upgrade this longsword one more time or not. A little bit more. But yeah, I mean that'll be a run. That'll be a challenge. This gets one more upgrade. I think we have the mantle for it. I mean, really, the raw is still essentially. What's going on? I feel like I can't see chat. I feel like my chatty died. Yes. All right, hold on. I don't know why. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. You're level 16 in Puzzle Fighter 3. I don't want to use the normal chat window. Yeah, I don't... Maybe Twitch is dying. I've said the weirdest stuff you've ever seen before. Not Puzzle Fight, Puzzle Quest. All right, everybody say something. Because my program is all hecked up. I can only see fire cannon. Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, I think it's working. How many kilometers, miles you started working? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Eat my ass.
I try to walk 5 kilometers a day. So in June, I mean, multiply that by 5. And you'll have the total. I mean, that would be about, like, what? 1,500 kilometers? Sometimes my ankle hurts, though, when I stop walking. I know it's like baby mode, but like, I messed it up. Yeah, I mean, we might do this. I mean, that would be worth it, right? I mean, a couple shards, a couple cortexes, a couple bones for how much more poison? I mean, it's debatable, right? But I think it's going to get at least, like, 6 more poison. I think it goes up to 42. Tigrex is an interesting fight. I guess he's probably kind of okay with longsword. You get, like, counters and stuff. I like walking. I like it because I could watch anime or movies while I do it. And just turn my brain off. And, like, I don't go super fast. Like, it could definitely take a lot less time. Like, if I... Well, I stream Monster Hunter Frontier since it's been restored. As far as I know, there has not been a public release. As soon as there's a public release, I'll be playing it. I think I gotta go... I think I gotta go to a Wildspire. I gotta go to the Wildspire for a second. But yes, I mean, when that comes out, we'll add it to the All Monster Challenge. For sure. But as far as I know, there's only been a kind of a ripped, kind of leaked version that was dumped out to the public. You know, there's some work that's being done behind the scenes that's releasing it properly. I understand the excitement. I understand the enthusiasm. You know, and I guess I can't necessarily blame people for wanting to play it as soon as humanly possible. It's just really... it's not the right time. That's not the way to do it. You know, and the worst part is like, whatever, there was some beef between a couple people some bad blood, and rather than hashing it out between the two of them, they're using it like a custody case with a baby. And the baby is the one that suffers. Now, it's not, you know, I don't blame the group that did all the hard work, but the other people, you know. People got excluded from the project. They got butthurt. And now everybody else could potentially suffer. But, you know, the fortunate thing for us is Capcom is actually a really cool company about that sort of thing. They're generally fairly open and supportive of fan efforts. I mean, they don't need to be. God knows they don't need to be. But even like, you know, even very recently, like a final version of Resident Evil 4 HD remake that Capcom is almost definitely working on a version themselves was released to the public. And this has been like a multiple year effort, you know, spanning, I think, over 5+ years of two guys coming together, collaborating, going to actual locations on site, taking high resolution photos of like areas in real life, and then using said photos to create an HD version of the game. Not only is Capcom okay with them doing that, it's actually, you know, Capcom managers have pinned it in the Steam forums. So you don't really get that from a lot of other companies. I mean, generally at best, what you could hope for is just ignorance, you know, just like feigned ignorance, and they just let people do whatever it is they'll do. And then obviously on the worst end, you've got the Nintendos out there that are aggressively DMCAing people, filing lawsuits and stuff like that. But are we looking into the private license for the Frontier server? You know, I just never really looked into it, you know? I don't know if it was a confidence thing or if I just was never really sure if I could find the right person for it. It's something I still might end up pursuing at some point. I'd love to talk to Jono about it. The issue with it is the more... It comes down to the question of, like, do you ask for permission or do you ask for forgiveness? And the thing is like, when you start bringing up, like, actual, like, official conversations, if you're told no, I mean, now on record, the answer is no. You know what I mean? Whereas, you don't say anything, people are just doing this stuff behind the scenes, especially if there's, like, no money involved. You know, there's not, like, a profit motive or anything like that. I mean, obviously, if I paid for a license, I'd probably want to monetize it in some way. I don't know how. It's just donations, maybe, but you would never know. But I think the way it's going, fortunately for everyone, even with the whole, you know, public explosive diarrhea that was shot out into everyone's face, I think we're going to be okay. Resurgence Team has released a monster? Well, I don't know if they... we should probably play that at some point. I'm not sure if they fully reverse engineered it or if they actually took, like, official files. I don't know. Abbey Roju is kind of like a cross between, like, a Glavenus and, like, a Devil Joe, sort of. They've done other monsters. They've done, like, White Fatalis, Crimson Fatalis. I don't know if they've done other things. It's a reworked normal Devil Joe. I mean, don't diminish him. I mean, he's got fire. He's got, like, stuff. It was a little bit of both. I mean, you know, again, it's like, I think it's cool that they're doing it. You know, I don't think it's this, I mean, obviously if there's, between one or the other, I mean, re-releasing, like, newly reworked monsters is probably fine. That's the base use for the rework. I mean, obviously they had a monster. The question is, like, how much textures, how much animation data. You know what I mean? Like, that's the stuff that I'd be curious about. Like, how much of that stuff was actually done from scratch and versus how much of it was taken from, like, files and whatnot. It has 2 unique animations. See, that's the important thing, right? Is it wasn't just like a full rip. It's like they, you know, you could actually show that, like, a little bit of work was done into making him a little bit more unique. I think we're okay here. We good? I think we're good. that away. Some flash bombs might be helpful. You know, for me, and it always for me comes down just to the concept of preservation, right? You know, is there enough work being done to preserve this series so that if somebody wanted to play it like 100 years from now, they could go back from the very beginning and have a version of the game that they could play that is representative of what a classic or alternatively a reimagined version of the game is. You know, Capcom doesn't necessarily, at this point in time, believe it's profitable, and you know, I trust them on that. Like, obviously, if they don't think it's, if they think they're gonna make a lot more money doing something else, like I don't blame them for doing what they need to do. I mean, I own Capcom stock. I mean, okay, I mean, it's fine. I win either way, but you know, at the same time, it's important for me personally to know that the game will be around for a long time in all of its versions that everybody gets to play. And the only time I ever get heated or upset is if I feel like, you know, people are going out spouting off on work for game preservation before the game preservations has actually been done. You know what I mean? And that was the situation with that whole kerfluffle with Frontier, in that, could you technically boot up the game and fight some of the monsters? Well, yes, you could. But while I'm normally like hardcore into like playing the game as it released, there's a lot to be said for taking an MMO and then changing it in some small ways so that it's just a lot more tolerable, you know? Like, every time you look at fan servers for MMOs, like especially like those Korean MMOs, it's like almost default, because there's no profit motive, you know, you see like a 2 times or 3 times or 4 times XP modifier. Because otherwise, like, you know, you're just running on that treadmill for hours, on days, on weeks, on months, you know. And that's because, you know, the MMOs, generally, if they're not creating new content, then they need to make the content they have last longer. They gotta have you work longer and harder for things that you would normally just be given in any other normal game. And, you know, Matsuner's a little unique. Matsuner's unique in the sense that a lot of times you could be working like a really long time for a drop or really anything, a deco, talisman, whatever. But, you know, those things aren't required. But, you know, when you're playing an MMO version of the game, you know, I mean, you really do spend a lot of time just grinding forever. And it changes the game to be worse. Like, you know, now we're going to fight this Tigrex. It's going to be a mostly normal experience. And then we're going to move on with our life. But in an MMO, it's going to be like you have to kill so many of them. It feels like you're fighting a new fight entirely. You know, you start creating degenerate tactics. Your brain breaks a little bit. Oops. Wait, can I not Slinger Burst after that attack? I guess not. Guys, I'm sorry. I only know how to play Strangers of Paradise now. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot how to play this video game. Okay. I think we usually do this. Okay, we're good now. I'm stranger to Monster now, but Monster Hunter is my paradise. I just keep waiting until like the last moment to parry because that's how it is in Strangers of Paradise. Was that kind of cool? That was a little cool. The thing is for deco farming is it's all really optional. You're playing to min-max. You're not playing for like Was that cool? Too early, I guess. Especially when it came to equipment in this game. You know, it was one of the most generous in the series with how easy it was to get things like celestial tickets and stuff. Playing a bad grinding game is optional. I mean, I guess it's always optional. It's just even getting your normal equipment in the MMOs, in retail, just felt, to me, it just felt bad. Wasn't there like another pod? Where is it? Maybe it's gone. I felt like it was so, it wasn't that long ago since I got that pod to drop. I guess at this point I should just focus on getting an early poison. I'm only used to what Strangers of Paradise, for those of you that didn't watch it, has an automatic parry. Oh, I was watching that. Yeah, I just commented on it in the Discord turn up. That was beautiful. What a cool run. I wonder how much practice it took them to get that run going. Yeah, those of you who missed it, there was this cool run between a good longsword player and a good sword and shield player where they were like comboing off of each other's EI slashes and shoryugekis. Bomb shoryugekis. It's very interesting to watch. I think I'm just... Oh, actually, no, that was a mistake. Yeah, we'll just do this. I thought I was going to have enough time to... do a Helmbreaker, but there's not enough time. Grinding for the sake of grinding, though. That's almost Strangers of Paradise in a nutshell, right? When you really break it down, that game is insane. Well, at least when you get to the New Game Plus. And I still really like the game. It's just like, they just took the really, really lazy way out on the very tail end of the content for its New Game Plus. Like, they could have done so much more. It could have been so much better. Actually, they could have done better with just less. But I get the suspicion that they had plans for like a sneaky season pass, almost like a live service game or something like that. And they ended up not doing that. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, every company wants to be the next Genshin or the next Fortnite or something like that, but nobody wants to put in the work. I don't know if this will get done. No. ZMTL, which game we talk about? Strangers of Paradise. Final Fantasy Origins, Strangers of Paradise. How we know we're talking about video games? For the record, I still really like the game. I would even recommend, especially when the game hits like $40. Not that it's easy to just put like a price on a video game and be like, oh, it's worth this much. But I could see it at that price point being pretty okay. You missed Chaos already? I didn't play it after the stream. I was thinking about killing that griffin for 7 hours, and then I just decided not to. Well, you know, if you watched any or all of the trailers, Zero Muck, I mean, they didn't really... We're not talking about big twist endings here. Especially if you follow the official Stranger of Paradise Twitter. Competing with Elden Ring is not a good look for Strangers of Paradise. I mean, Elden Ring is a very good game. It's absolutely a better game than Strangers of Paradise. Does it have better combat? Goes so much slower. I didn't come back to talk to you. I forgot what I did instead. Fire Cannon was looking for... What the hell sort of seeds are that in Lost Ark? Hopefully you get one more pod out of this. We do. Mokoko. He wants to smell good. Why would I play Elden Ring or Strangers of Paradise when you can play Monster Hunter? I mean, that's an excellent question. Variety is fun. Lock-on and camera angles in Elden Ring suck ass sometimes. Likewise in Strangers of Paradise. No more. This is what I'm gonna do. Is that doing 2 damage per hit? How much damage per hit is that doing? Between 8 and 5 damage per hit. The EI slash feels so much harder to get. Tigrex is okay. Tigrex is going to be okay. Oh god. That attack is a lot slower in Rise. He telegraphs it a lot more. And sometimes he does like a little fake out too. Can Tigrex fly like Barryoth? He's got wings. He's a flying wyvern. He doesn't do it that often. Yeah, no, you can wait for Strangers of Paradise to be out on Game Pass. You're not missing out on too much. It's not like the multiplayer is particularly that great or that balanced. And if anything, it'll be out and then like a proper season pass will be finished or completed. Maybe they'll have even finished the end game. Ooh, Canlos. Canlos soars through the air sometimes. We get him? You've been busy with work for a few weeks? Who forced you to do this terrible challenge? I wanted a break from the all-monster challenge. It's exactly how okay I was with not playing any more Generations Ultimate. He flies when he goes out of a pitfall trap turnip. So Strangers of Paradise absolutely had some cut dialogue and context in the middle of the game, for sure. There's some stuff that's actually buried in dialogue with the NPCs, which is incredibly missable, which might help a little bit. Not a lot. I'm not giving it too much of a pass. Can I reach the head? Shup, hello, good morning. For me, the hard part for the all-monster challenge isn't even the fights anymore. It's just like the quantity of fights that's going to be necessary. Because I need to get to HR 100, and I just like... We'll get there. We'll get there before Sunbreak for sure, but... I'm in no rush to get there. Here, my plan was, I wasn't even planning on starting GU until like April. I was planning on doing some variety. So the fact that we're already after Atal-Ka is actually kind of legendary. 10 Atal-Ka a day? That's like almost 10 Hunter rank. Another Neo 2 playthrough is in order? I don't know if I would do that again. Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll probably start doing some Rise speedruns after I finish the All Monster Challenge. I don't know if this is right. Stranger of Paradise? What about it? Strangers of Paradise speedruns? I don't know. It would be very awkward. I mean, we would have to do up to whatever the Terra quest is. Because technically, everything after that is under embargo. So you actually, it would have to be a less than any % credit speedrun. Which, to be fair, everything after that part kind of sucks anyways. I mean, there's one kind of okay fight. It would be interesting to see all the strategies that would come out of it. Like, that would be the most enjoyable part to me. Is figuring out the most consistent and or broken things. I feel like Sword Fighter would be up there, though. That's 2 pods. It'd be on easy too. Well, I mean, you could make a hard %, right? What do you think about Tokenin? It's okay, but it feels more like you're fighting the weapon than you do fight a monster. Which, I mean, is interesting, right? I mean, if you like a very mechanical gameplay experience, Tokenin provides that, for sure. No, I agree. Routing is the most enjoyable part of the runs. Which is kind of why Defender speedruns are so ass cheeks. Although, to be fair, you know, in World, it's mostly just bone to ore anyways. You rarely get a very interesting thing. Oh, he's Dauntless? I don't know about that. What other weapons would this challenge even be doable? You can do this challenge with any weapon. I just thought Longsword would be the most interesting to watch. You desire one Monster Hunter World challenge? Which one is that? Pokemon Master Challenge? Oops, all Pokemon only in Rise? It's more easy than you think. I mean, I think the Gauntlet weapons are the most iconic for me in Tokenin in the sense that the way that they play requires essentially frame-perfect input links like 60 times in a row. Sword and Shield Perfect Rush have the same Mind's Eye as Spirit combo? I don't know. That's a good question. I really don't know. 20 minutes is actually not a terrible time. Normal ammo only Rise? Normal 1? Or normal 2? Normal 2 is easy. You think I destroyed Dauntless in under a week? I don't know about that. I still got to learn the monsters. Would Red Sharpness equivalent rank be normal 1 and no charge bow? No charge bow. I mean, that would... Quick shot only bow? Quick shot's not terrible. I don't know that I would want to play the game like that, though. That sounds like some serious nut torture. That sounds awful. Dragon Piercer is actually not that bad. I mean, you charge it up all the way. It would be tedious and boring, but it would be possible. Would you go melee with bow at that point? Melee might do more. I mean, certainly in Rise, the damage is pretty good. I don't know how that damage scales in base world. I know you get that one jumping attack that actually is kind of okay damage. This is an interesting Velkhana. It gets enraged, but it doesn't ice up ever, so. I forgot that there was a cutscene here. Did I fight Millennia and Elden Ring? Nope. I didn't follow like any guides or spoilers or anything like that. So I'll probably end up fighting Millennia. Like I'm going to do a casual run through at some point, and I'll end up trying to find everything. Spoiler alert, I don't think I would have any problems with her, but I mean, I guess I don't know. Some people say they've been stuck on her for weeks, but she can't be that hard. Just block LMAO. Or parry, I guess. Elden Ring is a really cool game, but I suspect that... Hey, it was a quality run. I suspect that there's going to be a response years from now where people are like, oh, all these copy-paste bosses. All I know is there's one fight where everybody's like, you're going to struggle on this next part, and I just did it like immediately first try, so... I don't know. I'm not like swagging on stream or anything, but it's a challenge. There are definitely some challenging moments in that game, and it you know, with jumping being a thing now, there's definitely certain attacks where you're Um, you're meant to jump and stuff. Hardest Souls boss ever. I'm trying to think what the hardest boss ever for me is be. Everyone else sucks instead of me? I don't know. You know what the issue is for a lot of players, and it's my issue sometimes too, is they just like, they get greedy. Like they want to rush the fight. Like they don't have the patience. It's not that they're bad. It's just that, you know, they get overexcited that, you know, they keep attacking it beyond the time that they should be attacking. Learning not to greed is the number one rule in most games like this. Well, apparently Mimic has been nerfed a little bit, so maybe it's not the same anymore. Certainly doing like a spiritless, magicless playthrough, spiritless, artless magic playthrough could be helpful, but at that point, like, what game are you even playing? You know, you're taking away a lot of the things that are kind of fun about the game. I mean, the boys are so good. Just attack the ass while they're distracted by the boys. Can I spin you twice? I think I can. But I spin you once before? Oops. I goofed up. My bad. Watch 3 people fight her and all got wiped? I mean, you know, it goes a variety of ways. You know, you have some people that are probably stuck on bosses like that for a really long time. You've got people like Lobos Jr., I think, who beat her like soul level 1, you know, naked. Has the Red Sharpness challenge actually been fun? In the sense that it's interesting to see what's possible, yeah. If I learn anything about Monster Hunter or myself. I confirm that Status is good at Red Sharpness. Mind you, I did do Chaos! Oh my god. Nature is healing! The Elden Ring refugees are coming back. I did low rank and high rank, by the way, without wall bangs and without slinger bursts. $160 for the first clear. That is over 4 times, I think, my playthrough. But I'm happy. Well, the thing is like, in a normal playthrough, in a pure and proper playthrough, you would not have Slinger Burst or Wallbangs. I am Martyr in a past life. I don't consider myself a Martyr. But I mean, I want it to be interesting, you know. Slinger Bursts, you can just easily get through low rank easily with Slinger Burst only. High rank, Slinger Burst and then Wallbangs would then also make it easy. Game is too big to find everything in one clear. I would like it if there was like a spoiler-free guide on things you need to do by certain points in the game for progression. Not to miss anything. But I don't know if that exists yet. The odd thing being is that you can get all these weapons and spells, but like you're not gonna be able to use like at least 1/2 to 2/3 of them, anyways. It's just not built for it. I guess if you just keep, you know, getting your stats up. They're adding quests? Really? I did it again. Like in patches, they're adding new content? That's cool. Level 168 sounds pretty girthy. Like exceptionally girthy. I'm assuming you didn't have any issue finishing the game at that level. That's like so much level. Can I get this off in time? They added unfinished content. When you say it, I know you don't mean that in a bad way, but like, when you consider how much stuff is in the goddamn game in the first place, you know, that sounds like they released an unfinished game, but that is by far no means. What level did I finish at? I was like around, what was it, 120 to 140? 130? Quality build. I guess I should probably hit you with these rocks, huh? I'll say this though, I am very happy that From is taking the general position of like, just add content. Like it doesn't, not everything has to be like completely brand new from scratch artisanal every time. If you put a lot of work into a good fight previously in the game, just add it. Wonder how long it takes to 100% Elden Ring? I don't know. The speedruns that I'm interested in are going to be like ones that kind of limit gear to some degree. So it's not just like ice stop spam forever, although I guess that's been nerfed. And be more like maybe all graces or something? Is this chaos? We are done with chaos for now. I mean, you would look like a Martin Sheen who had a stroke if you could only have red sharpness. Do the same thing. Yeah, all remembrances might be interesting. Whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess Souls combat for me, like, Bloodborne has been the best Souls combat that I can think of. Elden Ring is a close second with jumping and stuff like that, but I just worry that it's going to take a very long time to find a patch where weapon arts feel balanced. I don't know, maybe it already is. But it's never going to be easy to make it where it's like this weapon art feels like it's worth using versus this weapon art doesn't feel like worth using. Like if it's technically more damage per second, people will just spam it forever. On bosses at least. Carrion retaliation? I don't know what that is. How long has viewership tanked? Since Elden Ring came out. It's called the Elden Ring effect. We had a moment in the sun when there was a Rise update stream. We'll be fine, okay? You don't gotta worry about me. What is it? June 30th? We'll be fine. We'll survive the next 3 months. We'll be fine. Speedrun, they change weapons a lot? That's neat. That's cool. You know, there'll probably be a demo in like a month, 2 at the most. That'll be fine. We'll be okay. Let people enjoy their Elden Ring. I enjoyed Strangers of Paradise. That was fun. It was nice for a little. It's not Copia. I mean, look, it'll be interesting to see how Sunbreak is received. Because Hoarfrost Reach. Is this Volcana? I think it is. So I don't know that Sunbreak will fix Element. I'm not that copium. It'll probably help a little bit that they will likely have actual title updates going into Sunbreak. I think Money Grind will be better in Sunbreak. I think if you've done enough money grinding in Base Rise, you'll probably be fine for quite a while in Sunbreak. I don't know. I mean, it really did feel like money grind was like a thing that they wanted you to do. All right. Well, we can do this one with Fortify, I guess. We might actually deliberately cart twice. Your Zenny is no longer worth anything, and now you have to use Zani? Oh, you don't want to sell all your low rank and high rank materials. The last thing that you want to do is to end up in a situation where you have to go ahead and start farming low rank and high rank monsters to make G rank weapons. You know, we don't know yet. They might have the equivalent of like the Steamworks in Sunbreak. We really don't know. How goes the challenge? We should finish it tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to finish it today. But thank God. I'm ready to finish it. I don't want to say it's going better than expected, because I expected for it to be painful. It's going exactly how I thought it would go. It would be interesting if they buffed it. Like, I think where I'm the most curious is to see if they're going to really change Wyvern Bug, like weapon arts and Wyvern Riding, to be weaker as a default. And then you need to get the new wire bugs to make it the same. Is this up to Shara? Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go up to Fatalis with this, because we have a release date for Sunbreak, and I want to finish the All Monster Challenge before then. And then after that, we'll probably just be doing some Rise content. We'll probably be doing Rise speedruns until the demo comes out and the release is out. Seems like a plan to me. And then once we're done with Sunbreak, I don't know. We'll figure out a new thing then. Gonna add in some of the quality of life stuff from Monster Hunter World. What is in Monster Hunter World that is not in this game? Investigations and tickets? That's Overlord Dean. I think they'll add Apex armor in Sunbreak. God, I hope so. I mean, to be fair, it's not really necessarily like things would be that much different. With Apex weapons and armor, that would just be one more thing to grind a little bit. The problem is the grind that we have is talismans, and just the literal method of grinding it is just like physically painful. That's the problem. Nobody enjoys that. Elden Ring VODs are probably on YouTube. I don't know. How fast can you beat Rise with a Rarity 1 starting weapon? I think you would just do Wyvern Riding. I want them to double down on random decos as well. I just want it to be for killing things. Yeah, I don't think the menus are going to get fixed, Ermagot. I feel like they did that stuff deliberately for some reason. Did you ever get a reply in your analysis video regarding that automatic trigger light bowgun? Yeah, I mean, they said, in theory, it's humanly possible. And that they don't have any tools on their end that they feel like they could use to determine it either way. And they don't plan to spend the resources to try and figure it out. So, I mean, it is what it is. You could believe it either way. You know, I don't really know what else to say about it. I did my analysis. I have yet to be proven that the analysis was wrong. So it stands on its own. You know, I'm entirely, like, you know, if you uploaded a video today of you, like, certifiably, like, with a controller cam, found a method with which to get, like, solid 81 frame inputs, that would be amazing. And think about how much that would benefit Monster Hunter speedrunning in general. Rise is completely new. It's like an evolution of world combat, more so than a revert backwards. Something with the nose? Will you mash with your nose? Maybe feet pedals? I don't know. The issue is if you misinput, you actually end up going slower. I think. It is literally quite a challenge by just mashing randomly. Count the frames on their menuing? No. I did not. All I know is that I did analysis of 2 Western speedrunners. And I did an analysis of like 2 or 3 Japanese speedrunners. And let's just say some were able to consistently do perfect frame inputs, and then some were not. So, I mean, I don't know. We're talking about literally some of the best Japanese speedrunners in the world that hold, like, multiple world records, and they're not doing perfect frame inputs, so. Don't know what to tell you, bud. I'm not, like, I don't have any beef. Like, I mean, I'll be honest. I rarely engage significantly outside of my own community. Like, I don't even really know who anyone is. You know, I do speedruns. Do I consider myself a speedrunner? I don't know. I eat and poop every day. Do I consider myself a crapper? Not really. It's not part of my identity. I'm of the opinion that you could just, like, legalize the turbo thing anyways. You consider me a crapper? Well, that's okay. That's fair then. The response to legalizing turbo is the explanation. They are blanket barred on speedrun.com, which I don't know is true, but that's the belief. Turbo doesn't belong in Rise speedruns? I mean, I don't know. I mean, my perfect world is none. But ultimately, if somebody's going to use it, you've got no way of determining whether they've used it or not. Legalize that so it's at least it's fair, you know what I mean? That's all it is. I mean, I know we're probably decades away from, like, anyone considering speedrunning like a real competitive sport. I mean, gamers like it. But I don't think we're ever going to see, like, speedrunning in Olympics. What's Turbo? Turbo is a reference to generally a hardware or a software feature that allows you to push a button very quickly on a controller by just holding a button down. It's a it was a lot more popular back in the day, so like on like old school like retro games like shooters, shmups. You would have to push a button to fire once, so you'd push a button once and you would fire once. You know, think of games like, I don't know, like Gradius or R-Type, some pretty famous ones. A lot of arcade games out there. And so you push the button once, you'd fire once, and it was actually kind of a big deal. I mean, you'd have like Master Takahashi. I think he worked. What company did he work for? Hudson Video Games. And he was famous for his ability to mash really, really quickly. I think he was considered like a god, and he could mash like 17 or 18 times a second. And in fact, he released like a little device, like a little toy that you could practice your mashing on. And so it was a real I don't know, like almost like a competitive thing, right? Where you would be able to be like, oh, I could mash this quickly. And it meant something, because like in a lot of those games, obviously, if you could fire faster, you do more damage, you'd be able to clear the bosses a lot faster. Guessing I'm done with Stranger's Endgame? I am done for now. Why not ban certain PC components at that point, citing faster loading times? I mean, you got to talk about what's within reason, right? So, you know, there was a while I was doing console Monster Hunter speedruns, and everything else being equal, like the Xbox One X had like, over the course of a speedrun, it might have been like a minute faster than the PS4. Simply because of just like, it was just better component-wise. Likewise, if you're to do a console speedrun now, the Series X is faster than the PS5. It's just like, how many categories do you want, you know? Glad to see Monster Hunter today. We're back, baby. You know, because, you know, there's two things to speedrunning. Obviously, one is like, what is the time you got, you know, with with what you did when you played the game. The other thing is just like, you know, how does your time compare to other people's? You know, it's inherently a competitive. Does playing strangers give you any desire to return to Neo? I mean, I like Neo, but we just did a playthrough not that long ago. They don't count load times in most games. Depends on the game. You know, sometimes you can minus out the menu times, and I think the moderation team has said if you're willing to take the time to minus out loading screens, they would do it. It's just like nobody has ever cared to actually take that time. You know what I mean? Of like minusing out that time and then doing that. Now, on the opposite end, they've used a mod on PC to remove cutscenes and then gone back and said that, hey, we added this time back in. Which, I mean, I guess, it's fine. I mean, I don't really care. For me, I feel like you definitely get more speedruns done like that, but it's not as good of a chat experience because, like, you get no breaks to talk to your chat. You know, speedrunning is an intense enough activity anyways. That's just my opinion. Happy Monday to you, Gracia, man.
For 10 months. Woo-oh. Happy Monday.
Any plans to fight the new monster from Resurgence? Probably after this challenge run. Might install that mod. Sure, why not? This run doable with longsword and dual blade? Maybe hunting horde? Charge blade could do it. Hammer could do it. Every weapon, for the most part, has a weapon, an attack on there that has the equivalent of Mind's Eye. Lance even has one too. What am I on? That's not good. Mythical Death Stranding speedrun? I did one. And I'm like, I'm not doing that again. Bludgeoning Hammer would be great. The problem is like, when you get more raw damage in this game, like, all right, sweet, you've got more raw damage. You're still not really doing any damage. It's 3-piece Rathalos in high rank, and then it goes up to 2-piece Rathalos in master rank. Or get the deco. Holy crap. There actually are Death Stranding speedruns, Chaos. They found a glitch that lets Sam fly. He could fly through the air. It involves a glitch with him peeing, and then he learns how to fly. So that's a thing. I mean, it's not that they fly. I mean, they've been flying for like well over like a year or two. I don't think it's ever been patched. I think the pea flying is still there. How do I learn this forbidden pea flying technique? It's on YouTube. They'll teach you. There's guides on it. It's not impossible. As of this morning, we're talking about peeing and then flying. Can I do it in real life? The closest I've ever done to that is I tried to do a jump fart on a friend once, and I ended up pooping myself. So, I mean, I don't think the pooping myself really got me any additional air. You couldn't kill Chaos yesterday. Do you need help? I'd play with you. Like 100%, I'd play with you. Although I'm kind of powerful right now, so it would almost be like cheating. Maybe I could put on like less strong gear or something. Did I try to do the Wario Down special? No, I tried to like, I ran at my friend. I jumped. And then like I spun in midair. And like the idea was like as I was spinning at midair, so imagine like I'm running at you and like I'm spinning, just as my ass cheeks like faced his face, I tried to fart. But rather than farting, I pooped myself. But that was the goal. That was like the intention. The game has multiplayer. Some people are having some real issues on PC. You know, that's why a lot of like recently, like most recent releases for video games, I've just been getting them on console. It's just like a lot more consistent. Congrats. I mean, I wasn't really proud of it. I mean, I ended up missing school because like I pooped myself. No, I wasn't trying to poop myself. I was trying to fart on them. I mean, you'd have to be a genuine psychopath to like run at somebody and crap your pants on purpose. Like that's insane. Like that's like fully delusional. I did not pee and crap on him. I didn't like fully evacuate like my entire body on his head. That's messed up. I mean, it was messed up enough as it is that I was trying to jump on him. But I mean, that's not that weird. I mean, hold on. Was it almost 200 people in stream? All right. At least one of you. Probably, like, what? At least 60, 70% of you are guys? Like, at least 60 to 70% of you farted on your friends before. Right? You do it with your buddies. And, like, the guy still, like, the kid still wanted to hang out, you know? Like, later that week, he was like, hey, can I play GoldenEye with you? Still buds enough. Thought he was, I knocked it out of it. What do you mean, no? He liked it? Can you do the fart thing again? GoldenEye? GoldenEye. It was the remake. It's the modern day remake. For the Xbox One X. No, the remake is not 26. No. Seriously, when did GoldenEye come out? You don't know, we maybe like old, like, retro games, man. When are you finishing Sifu? I do want to finish that game. I don't know when, but I do want to finish it on stream. We'll finish it someday. We'll finish it on a weekend so Noxella can be there. It was 100% definitely a retro game when I played it as well, too. Noxella's not watching. He's awake at like 8 in the morning, and then he sleeps or he goes to work. I don't really know what he does. So what made you want to have 30-minute hunts with this run? It's like 20 minutes, bro. It's not 30 minutes. I don't want to sound like I'm flexing or gloating or anything like this, but I promise you I'm still probably clearing these fights faster than what some people did on their normal playthroughs. Oh, that's a weird hitbox. This is gonna sound really weird, but I actually really like Clutch Claw when I don't have Rocksteady or Temporal Mantle. This camera is ass. No! God damn it. I aimed at your head. I was on your face. God damn it. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Just trying to get him out of the air, man. What kind of soup should you eat later? What are the choices? I like pea soup. Pea soup is among my favorite. Just flash spam? You know that doesn't work in Master Rank. Pea soup. Like split pea soup? Not pea soup. My God, what are you guys, like actual children? Streamer said pea. You know what I meant. You know, I was supposed to actually get killed. It says like Avalanche tries to fight under his friends. I mean, it wasn't like yesterday. It wasn't like 10 minutes before the stream, like, crap my pants in my friend's face. I was a child. I mean, I was old enough to know better. Get the egg drop suit. I'm still so young, it's like yesterday. You know what? If some real talk with you guys, I am happier every year of my life, and I'm so thankful for that. Time doesn't matter when it comes to canceling. Can you get canceled for farting on your... I guess some people might take that as, like, something really bad. Go by internet standards, it doesn't matter when it happened. I think I was like 12 years old. 11 or 12. That's old enough to know better that you shouldn't try to fart in your friend's face and crap your pants. But it is also old enough to think about, maybe I should try and fart in my friend's face and crap my pants. I mean, you shouldn't do it. If I could speak from experience, you know, if I could post my twit longer explaining the circumstances, I would say I express regret, and I submit a heartfelt apology to the friend that I farted on. I mean, it wasn't like it was like record. I mean, I guess nowadays it would be like recorded and like thrown up on YouTube, and it would be like, farting in my friend's face gone wrong. Did I poop? Question mark, exclamation point. There'd be like a bunch of like the throw up emote faces. Have I ever peed out of a window? Oh yes, absolutely. Yes, he pooped. Underwear gone? No, I wasn't drunk. I was like, I was 12 years old. I just had a bowl of cereal probably, and I was at the bus stop waiting for the day to start, and I had to fart, and I'm like, I bet it'd be sweet if I jumped in the air and farted in my friend's head. One of my favorite, I think it was a bachelor's party. I don't even know what the hell it was. There was a keg of beer, an arcade machine, and a poker table. And there was no toilet downstairs, and the guy didn't want us using his toilet upstairs, so we just went outside and peed on a tree all night. I didn't have any problem doing that. That's not weird, is it? It wasn't like anyone was around. I guess I felt bad for the tree. The tree didn't seem to mind it, though. Is that wrong, too? I don't know. You don't have to be drunk to do dumb stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get, like, multiply... It's like the Kaioken version of power multiplication when I'm drunk. I'm not, like, 50% more drunk, stupid, or 60% more stupid. I get, like, 3 to 5 to 20 times more stupid when I'm drunk. So that's why I don't really drink. I don't get drunk anymore, because I just make really dumb decisions. I know that, so I don't do it. Plus beer makes you fat, not worth it. Like, imagine, like taking in a substance that's A, going to make you fat, and then B, like, possibly get you to show your butthole to, like, 200 people on the internet. It's like a lot of bad things that could happen. My guy looks like Ric Flair. Ric Flair was a big drinker. Ric Flair was always drunk. One of the best heels in wrestling history, Ric Flair. He was amazing. He's one of those guys that, like, pioneered, like, being a heel, but, like, you had to just love him anyways. What's the worst thing that could happen? Well, my agency would probably drop me. I've not tried The Rock's tequila, no. I'll still have a glass of wine every once in a while. On a holiday, I might have like a glass of beer or a cocktail, but I am very wary of getting drunk. Again, it's two things. It's the calories, and it's the dude doing dumb stuff. Is Ric Flair alive? I think he's alive. There was just like a documentary or something made of him the other day, I think. Alcohol makes you want to do your true self? If I could show my hole with zero financial, personal, and social consequences, I would absolutely show. Absolutely. That'd be hilarious. I mean, who wouldn't? The problem is all the fallout. I mean, I'd be in meetings. There would probably be social media postings. There'd be all the people on Twitter be like, I told you! Shepard is always a bad guy. He showed whole. I mean, all this fallout. Jen would get mad. Definitely she wouldn't be happy. So yeah, sorry. The board meetings, if people Could you imagine the Twitch boardroom? Top penthouse suite. They just got like an overhead projector of me, like the still frame of me showing hole. And there's like a guy with like one of those like little pointers pointing at it. And a bunch of people just like trying to figure out a solution. Like trying to figure out like what they're going to do. Like the response. That's great. Oh yeah. There was a name. Yeah, no, there was a news guy that jerked it on stream. It was on a Zoom call. He was like a CNN anchor or something like that. Yeah, he lost his job. I mean, you know, I don't get it. You know, when you're supposed to be in a meeting or you're supposed to be like streaming, like you should be a professional. Like, you shouldn't be jerking it while you're like communicating with other people. I mean, that's just weird. Like, especially like on your stream or your gaming PC while you're streaming. Like, I don't know. Maybe you've got like a porn addiction. I could see that. You know what? Put up like a 10 or a 15-minute timer and shuffle off to the bathroom. Whatever it is you need to do. Christian Anderson with a JO fanatic. I'm going to write down each of them in a journal? What the hell? What? What? Imagine, you know what though? Good for him. Imagine loving yourself and your own body so much that you wanted to treasure and have the keepsakes of each one. Would he like have like a little rating out of each one? Found a particularly good clip today. 8 out of 10. Look, it's a little sad, but in a way, it's not sad. That's somebody who loved their body enough that they wanted to keep some special memories. Good for them. I'll say it. Good for them. I'm not going to shame it. You rated. You would have to. I mean, what else? What else are you gonna do? I mean, all right. I think that's good. I think that's good enough. Stop it. Stop. I want out. I had to push the A button. Okay. I almost got stuck in there for a while. Can I fight? Can I fight Pink Rathian yet? Absolutely, I can. I have to. Right? Can't believe they interviewed him getting fired? Why not, though? I mean, the guy probably wanted... the guy deserves to be heard. You know? Beating it is not a crime. Beating it while you're in, like a call... or like during like an actual work meeting, that's disrespectful. You know? Unless your job is beating it on camera, in which case, I mean, get that cash, right? You know? It's disrespectful to the other people. I mean, you cannot be paying full attention to the PowerPoint presentation if you're mid-beating it off. If you want to JO, check your camera. There was one time I ended a stream, and I was just, like, going about my day. I think this is, like, way back on, like, a YouTube stream. I ended my stream. I thought I ended my stream, and I technically didn't hit the end stream button. And I was just like doing normal stuff. Like I wasn't doing any sussy stuff. But the stream didn't really end. And like Noxella pinged me like a dozen times on Discord. It's like, your stream is still on. Your stream is still on. Your stream is still on. I'm assuming he was probably beating it. He's probably the stream was over. Like that would be his normal routine. I mean, look. Let's be. I mean, come on. I'm a human. If human needs, I'm not saying it's never happened. No. But it's not like the stream ends and you immediately go. No, because here's the difference. That other guy, okay, was mid-stream. I thought my stream was off. And I wasn't doing anything anyways. But even if I did, the difference is like, I thought the stream was over. All right, honest mistake. If it happened. He was mid-stream. It's not the same. It's not the same. Redeems are low volume? Yeah, audio balancing is a nightmare. I don't know what to tell you. I can turn them up a little bit, maybe. It is true. No, it is true. I was walking around naked the other day. But I mean, I feel like... Oh, hold on. I'll turn up the audio redeem volume a little bit. If I just walked by... If I thought the stream was off, and I just casually walked by naked, I mean, yes, that's embarrassing, but, like, I'm not, like, a huge sex pervert. I'm not, like, aggressively masturbating into the camera while making eye contact. You know? It was a mistake. Yo, that one girl only got 3 days, and she full-on spreadsheet butthole.
I will bite you, okay? If I see you, any one of you in real life, you're getting bitten.
And you know what? Reflecting on it, I feel like that's actually a fair ruling, because apparently it was a mistake. This is an okay trap. That's not gonna hit. Oh, it is hit. We're just gonna do this just for the damage. Or not. So she accidentally showed hole. Well, okay. So she thought she was on a different streaming website where it was okay to show hole. So, I mean, in that regard, like I said, it's an honest mistake. Yeah. Well, I mean, all right, so, well, I don't know that she thought she was recording for OnlyFans. I mean, because you know when you're streaming and not recording. But she probably thought she was streaming, and I'll bet you there was probably the thought in her head is like, wow, like, why is my chat so dead? Like, nobody's here. Like, I would think the same thing. You know, say in theory I had both an OnlyFans and a Twitch, and I was streaming to either one of them, and like I noticed like chat was completely dead. I'd be like, wow, like why is chat so dead today? You'd figure it out pretty quickly, but you may not know for like 5 minutes. That's what she said. You know, and I believe it. No, I mean, I honestly, I mean, look. I saw the clip, okay? I saw it. I'm not embarrassed to admit it. I saw it, okay? And I get the feeling that there was a general amping up of activities as they're trying to get chat to react. Jason, hello. Because here's the real, if you're on any one of these websites, there's a part of you, I don't know, I mean, some people are absolutely, like, you know, in it for just the attention, but I would imagine the majority of people that make content, like, you want to entertain people. You want, you know, you want people to laugh or smile or cry or whatever. You want to create an emotional connection, emotional reaction from your audience. Is that going to be a thing? Oh my god, I can't believe that's a thing. Twitch advertiser also is only having OnlyFans, or is that a surprise? So you're not like allowed to like post those sort of links directly in your Twitch, but that's what you usually see creators do to get around that is they post a link, and it says come here to check out all of my socials, and then among the socials is OnlyFans, which I guess is like a little bit of a gray area. He might kill me. I'm mashing so hard right now. Oh my god. I'm a little scared right now, guys. Not gonna lie. It's different from dumping on the desk. Excuse me? sort of things you watch in Turnip? Making people cry, is that why you bully chat? I mean, some people make that sort of content, you know? I mean, Jen is super into, like, the crime stories. And, like, you may not actually cry, but certainly, like, you know, the emotion you're eliciting is somewhere between sadness and anger. Oh, talking about your post saying you imagine you took a dump at your desk and said, sorry, I thought I was in the bathroom? It's not that, it's an easy mistake to make, though. That's the difference. When you're talking about, like, stream keys and stuff like that, OBS is not necessarily... It's not bad for it, but it doesn't necessarily be like, hey, you sure you're streaming in the right spot? It just does whatever you tell it to do. I like this fight. I enjoy this fight very much. Maybe we'll get him with these guys. I've not gotten him with a shock trap yet. We'll get him with a shock trap. Why not? I mean, there's a lot of amateur JO enthusiasts out there. You know? Yeah, no, they're amateurs. Hope Fulgur makes a return. He'll probably make a return. Master ranks are usually... Oops, all subspecies. Yeah, and I want to be clear, Turnip. Like, I'm not, you know, obviously I'm not shaming any JO enthusiasts. I'm certainly not shaming any sex workers. I mean, you know, you got to make a living. If you can make a living that way, I'm happy for you. It's weird how there's usually this, like, culture of, like, everybody's watching the porn and they're so mean to, like, the actual, like, sex worker. Like, come on. So I head for Sunbreak after the event? I mean, I like subspecies generally. I mean, you know, here's the knowledge that I need. I need to know what the end game is going to be like. And I don't know if that we're going to get that until the actual release. What if everybody in the Zoom meeting started to JO and forgot to turn the cameras off? Would everyone get in trouble? Santa Bomb, what sort of company do you work for? What sort of company do you want to work for? Wow, that's amazing. Wow. I would have loved to have an extra capacity, but I literally could not kill one more Rathalos. So I went with this setup instead. And actually, I think you need 2 points of slinger capacity anyways to get the extra slinger first. I mean, every Rise unique monster is going to get a subspecies. Almost guaranteed. So, I mean, you can look forward to that. Will all of the non-Rise monsters, you know, the Diaboloses and the Tigrixes and stuff like that also get subspecies? I could see that happening too. Maldo definitely. Maldo's going to get something. Mud boy subspecies? Well, I don't know, because, you know, he's an old monster, but maybe. Possibly not counting Ibushi and Narwa. In a way, they're almost like subspecies of each other, right? But even then, I could see it. Definitely. Gossarog 100% is absolutely getting a subspecies. Think we'll fight the love baby? I think it would be very strange if they never showed us what their love baby was. You know what I mean? And maybe that will be the subspecies. We get another chapter to mind-controlled maidens? I think they've mostly moved on from that. I think they want to go in a new direction with the kingdom monsters. You know, this long to half a cart. It's not that bad. Nah, Joe's coming back. Don't even play. Let's try and get another mount. We can. Rock Monkey looked dope. I'm excited for it. There's no Master Rank without Joe? I mean, there hasn't been since Try, since he was introduced. Honestly, he's been in almost every high rank as well. How many 4U monsters are we getting, Mr. NDA? What do you think the purpose of an NDA is, if not to have an NDA? I don't even know if I can technically disclose if I even theoretically have an NDA. I guess I could say if I didn't have an NDA, but I guess I couldn't say if I did have an NDA. Can you tell us in secret? No, you can't. People can't keep secrets for crap. List? I'd be on the list of people that have been removed from the Capcom Creators Program. You could have an NDA and tell us you don't. I'll just say no comment. Keep secrets? Fire Cannon could probably keep a secret. Too far. Oh, wow. I got that counter. Hey, does everyone here know that that EI slash has a counter on it? Or at least a guard point? I feel like that's a little known attribute of that move. Because it's not made incredibly obvious when it goes off. Said there's no Sunbreak leaks? I'm happy. It's not really a new move. I mean, people use that move all the time. It's just don't usually get the iframes off on it. Is Insect Glaive at a guard point? Only in Rise. It's got that one pop-up move. I don't know. Look, I love Fulgur. But at the same time, I also love normal Anjanath. So, if I had to pick one, I would pick Fulgur. He might kill me here. Well, somebody remembered to put a password on the router in the janitor's closet at Capcom NA. So there's going to be less leaks this time around. There's probably, like, some major data security training as a result of that. Have I played Elden Ring since streaming it? Nope. I plan on it, but I haven't. A lot of people fired? I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I think it would be like just a couple people in IT. And for all we know, they maybe were... they could have been outsourcing that. They could have been outsourcing that company that did their, infrastructure, the IT. I know for sure they have other companies they work with for, like, marketing and stuff. You play a new Kirby game? I don't know if I'm going to stream it. I got a lot of Monster Hunter goals that I want to complete before Sunbreak comes out. After that, I'll start thinking about variety. What's your favorite Kirby? Is it the microphone? It's Bomb? Bomb's just OP, though. I mean, we've had a lot of absolute buffet of variety on stream over the last month. Elden Ring and Strangers of Paradise. That's gonna piss a lot of people off, but I really do think I enjoyed Strangers of Paradise more. Minus the ass-tier endgame. Challenge goals after Red Sharpness. We're going to finish up the All Monster Challenge in GU. And then it'll probably be doing speedruns in Rise as we get ready for Sunbreak. That's the current plan. I mean, you never know. Something might change, but... June is going to be here before you know it. From an exploration standpoint, and from the bosses just being really neat standpoint, and a lore standpoint, Elden Ring is way better. But from a combat perspective, I mean, Strangers of Paradise has the benefit of that Team Ninja engine. It's just, like, so tight. Gonna play with mods still? I'm confused what mods you're talking about. What mods are we talking about? I don't have any mods in GU, and I don't have any mods on my Rise copy either, so I haven't used mods at all. The only mod I'm using right now is this one. I might do a... I'm gonna mess with my Rise mods. I haven't yet. There's some really neat ones out there that I probably should use. Did it take you a while, Julian Carter? What are your jobs you're using? Yeah, I like the slow motion kill mod. That thing looks neat. I guess it doesn't technically change the game. I guess it would make the speedrun worse though. There's definitely a wide variety of naked mods if you want them, Chalk. They're out there if you want them. Chaos and Strangers is the end game. I mean, man, I just don't know. I just don't know. Let me try the Aboriginal mode. We'll might try it out, yeah. After this run. After Red Sharpness, but before we get back to GU, we might try that out. You used Warrior with dual blades. Warrior is really fun. It feels, you can definitely feel a little bit tankier when you use it. The stamina really feels nice. Two to three tries, I think, is less than what it took for me. I think I took like 5 or 6 on him. Tiamat was actually pretty quick for me. I figured that one out, I feel like, fairly early. Although I heard Caleb actually rage quit the game on Tiamat. I'm only assuming he either never used Lightbreaker or he was horribly undergeared. So I don't really know what happened. I mean, they tell you. I mean, mid fight, they say like you need to use light. I think they just straight up tell you like, use Lightbreaker. Skill issue? It is not a skill issue. I promise you, it's not a skill issue. Caleb is very good at video games. He's insanely good at Souls. I mean, for whatever that's worth. I mean, from what I've seen, I've seen him do some randomizer runs. He's really good. Reading issue is possible. I don't think he'd get mad at you if you said that, but it's definitely not a skill issue. You just use the parry and counter. That does fairly consistent damage too. To permanent break damage, but yeah, Sword Fighter is what I'm using a lot in the end game. There's a weird staticky noise you're hearing. I don't hear it. Is it my microphone? I'm trying to think if I could... Maybe I'll play around with the sound settings a little bit. If you've got headphones on, you got it up really loud. I'll see if there's anything I could change. I'm worried I'll be a little bit too quiet now, though. I mean, I could turn the game audio up a little bit. Well, let me look at something else. I could try unplugging it and plugging it back in. It's worse now. Oh, no. Oh, hold on. That's why. There we go. All right. Is that better? Is that okay? Gone. I just had to fix it.
Exam just resubscribed for 24
Thanks, thank you.
months. Oh, hi. 2 years.
Neighbors can hear it. I'm sorry, okay? I apologize. But we fixed it. You're all welcome. It's the static is still here. You're just deaf now. I installed 7 TV. No. Where are we going? I really don't like this fight. You shard at your desk? Excellent. I look different? I mean, my hair might be a little bit shorter, and I've been doing more cardio recently. But I shouldn't be that different. Marauder is really nice, but I think this... I don't know if the special reduces... defense. Well, my experience is, Jason, is if somebody hears it, usually another person. If there's 2 people that can hear it, then it's probably real. Sometimes it's people just have like a messed up Twitch extension. Elden Ring combat is the same as normal Souls combat, except you can jump and weapon arts are broken. I think it's an interesting evolution. I just think it's hard for them to balance.
Chow just resubscribed for 3 months.
Weapon arts. Senior Chow, thank you. You know, you could still beat the game by pressing R1, but like that's like a design decision. Like Miyazaki wants you to be able to beat the game with R1 only. Planning on Rise Randomizer if you finish the challenge? I want to finish the All Monster Challenge. And then either that, it will either be Rise Randomizers or Rise Speedruns. We'll see. There might be enough randomizer work that the randomizer would be okay. Just for some reason, I feel like randomizer would be better on World. I guess I can't say that, though. I gotta try it. I mean, there's other challenge runs that are possible. There's permanent bleeding. There's permanent poison. There's permanent toxic. I don't think we could beat permanent toxic. We might be able to beat permanent poison, though. Horseback riding is okay. I mean, it's a little bit gimmicky, but it's still fun, I guess. Well, technically, Sekiro, I think, was kind of done with a different studio than From directly. I think the majority of people at From were working on Elden Ring when Sekiro was in development. Hey, nice. Got it. Well, I mean, there's still... I mean, I don't know. A week? of GU. How long do you guys think it'll take for me to get HR 100? I mean, be something like 15 auto calls a day. HR 100 solo in G rank. Starting HR? What am I at, like 20, 30? It's 30. Oops. 5 days at most. I still have to grind for, I think, a better weapon. Granted, I'm doing this with a gun lance, so. Josina? None, actually. I'm not planning on using Josina. Prowler's a better weapon, but I have to grind a cat all the way up to level 100. From what I have seen, Mantis is probably pretty close to the most time-efficient hunter rank farm. Just like looking at the quests, like there are certain quests that will give you like 3,000 HRP, but usually you're fighting like 2 or 3 monsters. And Mantis just has certain phases that are really easy. Why do you need HR 100? There are certain monsters that we unlock at HR 100 that will be significantly easier to fight them that way than to try and fight them through event quests. Acidic Glavenus, the first subspecies of the Fated Four? What do you count deviants? I guess technically a subspecies, not a deviant. I mean, there haven't been... I mean, there haven't been subspecies the other ones. Doesn't exist. If you want to get pedantic about it. Just not... I've said my piece on the ice mod enough times, Mox. You know what I mean? If you want to see combo greatsword, I've got plenty of Monster Hunter 1 era combat showing it off, where that was the only option. But even in second gen, like, combo greatsword is still not bad. Hell, even in third gen, combo greatsword's not awful. It's only really fourth gen where combo greatsword actually gets to be like really bad, relatively speaking. So let's try to jump there. Yeah, they added was Abbey Roju, which is a frontier Devil Jill looking type monster. Like a fire Devil Jill. Oh, I actually got knocked off. I gonna go right into that? Yeah. Okay, get out. Okay, get out. Actually, it wasn't that bad. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse. I think we'll pitfall him. Head is tenderized. It's my favorite GU hunt. I have no idea why that question is so difficult for me to answer right now. Barrioff? I like the version of Barrioff that's in GU. He's actually really cool. Oh, I promise you the reason why I'm struggling is not because there's too many good fights. Oh no, I'm gonna... Crystal Barrioff? What? Just a GU Barrioff. I don't think he gets a crystal. It's not Frostbang or anything. I mean, GU Valstrax right now just feels kind of dumpy compared to Rise Valstrax. What are we talking about? Crystal Barrioff? You mean Jade Barrioff? I'm so confused. GU Valstrax is faster than Rise Valstrax? I don't know if I agree with that. Jade is a crystal? Yeah, I'm so confused right now. I mean, it's technically ice. I mean, I think they refer to Jade as the color. From a technical nerd perspective, GU does not have any subspecies. It has deviants and it has rare species. That's it. The monster we talking about? We're talking about Jade Barrioff, a monster that was exclusive to Portable Third, 3 Ultimate. Is he in anything else? Because it is a nerd perspective. Like, I don't care. Like, I play this game more than probably 90% of the people that play it. And, like, I think, like, the people that really get into stuff are nerds. Because they are nerds. No, GU's not in Jade because it's a subspecies. There's no subspecies of GU. Stories 2. Okay, fair. He is in Stories 2. I don't know if he's in Stories 1. way too early. Didn't matter anyways, never punished. No, I mean, the game gives you so much. Boomer nerd. Yes. Hey, I'm happy your Prime's back. You got subspecies, you've got rare species, you've got deviants, you've got variants. I'm trying to think of what else is out there. I think that's most of them. I guess you've got hardcore monsters. Apexes. Frenzied versions, I guess, are a little bit different. Maidenless species? If you're able to name all of the monster types, you are automatically considered maidenless. Nobody with a maiden's got time to figure that stuff out. Frenzied. I count myself among those, by the way. You know what it is? Is like subconsciously I put the same people that care about that sort of stuff as the people that are like, and I don't know why like I care, because it's like whatever, like enjoy the game in whatever way you can or want to. Like how you enjoy it bears zero difference on how I enjoy it. Or the people that are out there talking about like, what is the new black dragon in the game gonna be? When are we gonna be able to use the equal dragon weapon? Like for some reason, I don't know why that bothers me. For some reason, it bothers me. What were the other weapon options besides longsword? I mean, hunting horn is literally like, I wouldn't even need mind's eye with hunting horn. Show my equal dragon weapon? It shouldn't bother me. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. If you like it, good. There's a lot of ways to engage and enjoy media. The way I like engaging it doesn't have anything to do with how you do it. Other than, I just get annoyed when people come into stream and are like, what is the new black dragon lady saying? That bothers me, because you're coming in here and you're talking about dumb stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is in, like, the art books and were discussed, like, in concepts and interviews that never got added or put into the game. Like, you could go back to the Monster Hunter 1 illustrations book, and you can read an interview where they're talking about how much magic was going to get involved in the game. Like, was there going to be, like, actual magic or not magic? And you could hear, you literally read the interview where they're saying, we decided that we would have low to no magic in this fantasy, in this game universe. And you could take that, and you'd be like, that means there's magic in Monster Hunter. We're the chosen ones with magic powers. We're actually genetic super beings with magical powers. We're the chosen ones. And you know what? You could do that. You could. Whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me, but it's just different than my interpretation. That's all. That's the only thing. It's just different than mine. And, like, I recognize it. Like, I'm old enough. I don't want to say I'm mature enough. So I just literally today talked about literally crapping my pants on my friend's head. But I'm at least old enough to know that, like, you can enjoy things differently. To me, what I like about the game and the lore and everything is just, you're just a guy or a girl. Equal, by the way. There's zero difference between male and female hunters. It's great. Who eats meat, trains really hard with their weapon, fights big monsters, and usually wins. I think that's really cool. Now, are there wars and stuff between different kingdoms and stuff like that in this society? I think there probably is. It feels like there probably is. But it's not like a significant part of how that interacts with hunters, because we're not that doesn't really concern us that much. At least not yet. I don't know. Sunbreak is kind of looking like it might have some sort of a subplot about kingdoms and possibly human-on-human conflict. You know, and it's to some point you're right, Shuppin, that the more modern the Monster Hunter, the more they're like, wow, you're the most amazing thing ever. Whereas like Monster Hunter 1, they're like, wow, I'm surprised that Monoblos did not murder you. Good job not dying, buddy. And that's what I like. I like eating meat, fighting monsters that are difficult odds, and coming out ahead. Rise is the first one where the actual resident hunt you're for, right? That's a good question. I think for the most part, in most of the games, you're visiting that area. But in Rise, you're definitely... I mean, you probably left to train and then came back, though. You like being carried by me in new Monster Hunter games. I get nervous when you're running around hunting with people and you're shouting out my stream. I'm worried somebody's going to show up in the stream and start yelling at me for, like, self-promotion or something like that. The rising up from nobody to being accomplished Shup, I feel like is an important arc. And I think the blank slate milquetoast sort of aspect is also pretty important to me as well. Because like Ryozo says, you know, you are the hero. You are the hero of this story. You personally. You sitting right there watching right now. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that you're able to, in your own mind, assign any attributes that you want to your character and their own personal motivations and why they do the things that they do. No, I'm not even doing that shit. Like I think it's cool. I really like it a lot. I do prefer it when it was a little bit more low-key. Like, I like it when they're like, oh god, like, you're totally gonna die. Like, don't do this. And you come out ahead and like, wow, we thought you were gonna die. Whereas it feels like in the later games, like, it feels a little bit more like it's assumed you're gonna win anyways. I mean, I guess eventually, I mean, we had the one guy, Julian Carter, after I did that Optimum commercial, showed up in the stream to talk about the time when I broke his TV and upset his grandparents. So, I mean, it's possible for sure. The only thing that's a little bit weird about the Freedom Unite story is, like, the cat elder quests, like, that dialogue gets a little weird. It does feel a little bit like a grocery shopping list, doesn't it, Shup? It's got a little bit of that feeling to it. You know, I would have liked it if they took Shara into 2 fights maybe took 2 or 3 quests to get through everything. The Rampage does feel like they could take that little girl who sells the candy apples, ring the hunting gong, and she could probably repel the whole thing herself. Yeah, the stakes don't feel as high in Rise. It's your least favorite cutscene in the world. Normal Oda should have won this? I don't know. Ebony's kind of a psychopath. So Poison's really good against him, but at the same time, we don't have any elemental damage to knock him out of his mode. I think eventually you can knock him out if you keep hitting his face, but it's like really hard. Wow. Normally you're pretty safe on the face. God damn it. Okay. Got it. I mean, we got Lunagoron, who's probably gonna be at least somewhat similar to Odo. At least a little similar. How am I? I'm doing pretty okay. How are you doing? Are these dragon pods? So I wonder, okay, what if we do this? How are you doing? Like, in theory, enough dragon pods might knock him out. Rise is really easy compared to older Monster Series, even World? I don't know that I agree with that assessment. There are options that can make the fights pretty easy, but the fights themselves are harder. It's still easier to cart in Rise. The difference is you've got a lot of wire bug stuff to make life easier. Up to and including riding monsters. $75 megabytes to 1 gig for your internet? Oh, congratulations. What's your upload? Outside of AT's, base world was really easy. I mean, max potion IV drip plus Rocksteady and then temporal mantle just wasn't that bad. A lot of people forget that. The difference is that in Rise, it is true, you do have access to a lot more like instant counter abilities. Friendly reminder that I pay $120 a month to have 35 megabit upload. Thank you, Comcast. Good job, guys. I'd be so happy if I had Optimum. Where did he go? Is he running? Bo has Dodge Bolt, which is almost like an instant counter. That's the closest you get, though. Oh, he's sleeping. This is getting a little wild. This is getting a little silly. I kind of like it, though. It's kind of fun. Dodge Bolt, exactly. It definitely makes you invincible to the triggering attack. I don't know what you mean. That's the whole point. When you activate it, you go up, I think you max out your charge level. I need another rock. You probably drop piercing. That's a little sneaky of me. I'll take another one. No, 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 no. That was tight. That was close. You know, that's like a Super Kezu in that quest shop, from what I could tell. He's definitely beefed up a little bit. Iframes with damage, not triggers on hit to make you invincible and counter. I mean, it's all about how much time you get, right? I guess it depends on how you look at it. But I definitely know what you mean. No, you definitely do not take damage if you time Dodge Bolt properly. That much is not true. You get the little ding. Most people, I mean, people still don't use Dodge Bolt. I mean, what are the advantages of Dodge Bolt? It uses less stamina. You get a very dangerous to use counter. It's time to start the second Elden Ring character. I was so happy to have you back in chat, Chaos. Twitch stream was healing. really been that big into New Game Plus and Souls games. Because, like, what is there to do? All right, monsters are a little bit stronger, but, like, you've had your build maxed out. You're probably built in a particular way to use a certain weapon. If the enemy positions are the same, New Game Plus is great in Elden Ring. All the enemies are in the exact same place. What makes it better? The best New Game Pluses is when they rearrange monster and other stuff. The game does not have that. I say this after 40 hours of... Yeah, and what did I complain about? In Strangers of Paradise. Absolutely. That's the worst. No, I think a lot of people come back around to Dark Souls 2. The issue with Dark Souls 2 is like one guy made this video about why he didn't like Dark Souls 2, and then everybody's like, yeah, Dark Souls 2 is bad. And like, look, it's not a perfect game. It's actually amazing that we ever got it in the first place. Because the game basically got remade halfway through. But it still got some of the best DLCs ever. Minus, like, the invisible horses or whatever the hell was going on there. Dark Souls 2 is the worst Souls game, but not a bad game. Can I say something very controversial and very brave? I think it's better than, I think I might like it better than Dark Souls 3. Three sucks? 3 doesn't suck. I just like it better. No, I like 2 better, that is. I mean, I don't dislike any of them. What is the closest I come to disliking any of the Souls games? What's my issue with 3? I don't know, for as much as people complain about Dark Souls 2 being linear, I mean, 3 felt even more linear to me. Not that that's always a bad thing. Were you still your favorite? It's still a good game. I don't want to run the same gambit of the other guy being like, yeah, Dark Souls 3 is bad. Like, is ultimately like they're all pretty good games. Some of the boss is pretty good. I did enjoy a large number of the boss fights. I mean, and there's some real stinkers of some boss fights in Dark Souls 2. I mean, what is that? Like, the Royal Rat Authority? I mean, that's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? The invisible horses or whatever that was? Double Dragon Rider, I don't even mind that much. But then, like, Dark Souls 3 has got, like, whatever the clergy, which may as well be the Royal Rat Authority. Really? Dark Souls 2 in a room of like 6 regular enemies is the boss fight. Is that like that one room where like that church? Yeah, I mean, without... And look, wow, those shamas are, like, all lined up. You know, Scholars of the First Sin adds some, like... It adds the scholar who's, like, mumbling to himself the whole game. And I don't think he adds anything to the experience. Like, what is that guy's deal? Like, I've looked it up and, like, I still don't really understand it. He embraces the dark? I guess? How was that? His lines do a lot to open up the story. Disagreed.
Have you considered what it means to be a king of royalty in darkness? You see, that is a true Dark Soul.
It's like, alright, I guess. I don't know, man. Sometimes you get to the point of being too big. One true dark hole. Will you rekindle your dark hole forest, awakened one? You must rekindle your hole. Maidenlish and tarnished hole. You gonna go swear at the tree sentinel? You trying to do an early level sentinel run? Good luck. Well, you got the random dungeons. Here's the weird thing, McDurpus. I absolutely love the random dungeons in Bloodborne. I hate every dungeon in Elden Ring. What is that? Why do I feel that way? Doesn't make any sense. But I do. I do feel that way. It's a skill issue? What do you mean it's a skill issue? I just don't like the designs. It's always like an annoying dungeon. Whereas Bloodborne, it felt like, go kill these guys and then throw a lever. I'm good at killing guys. I'm not good at wandering around until I find the lever that you like hid behind something. Maidenless issue. I just like somehow I like randomly designed dungeons better than I do like those deliberately designed dungeons. Do I really do 8 per attack? Yo, bro, you making fun of my attacks? Well, let me land one solid overhead hit on his face. It's kind of hard though. He's kind of tweaking out. That was 3 damage. Don't look at the 3 damage. That was a poke. That doesn't count. It's like 17 on the head with a good hit. It's the smoothest attack? You just call my attack smoth? What does that even mean? Yo, you're smoth, man. What the hell? I didn't ask you. Sometimes we poison the monster. Smoth and Maiden. Touch Smoth. I think I own Prey like 5 different times. And I've still never played it. Oh, is that the frog that's hiding a skull in his mouth? Still going on those fried chicken comas? I've not actually had a fried chicken coma in a while. You know what it was? Is the quality of the fried chicken at the grocery store started to go way down. It was actually really disappointing. My Palico deals 80% of the DPS. He's not like super OP or anything. He's using a pretty dumpy weapon. He's using a Grimalkine doll. He's level 20. What the hell do you know, man? I'm out here getting it done, okay? Percent of the DPS for my cat. He definitely contributes, I'm sure. There should be a double crab boss. Unlucky. 2 crabs, like, stuck ass to ass. I kissed a chicken? I don't think I've ever kissed a chicken. I had to think about that. I kissed a goat. And I've kissed a number of cats and dogs. I mean, there might be a crab boss turnip. I don't think I kissed a chicken. A chicken I would worry would bite me in the face. Think it's worth upgrading? That looks like it's a lot more raw. Let's see here. Modifiers 3.3. Was that like 20 more raw? Yeah. 20 more raw and... Wait, what the hell am I talking about? Yeah, it's... No. It's like 30 more raw. And 3 more poison. If we got lucky, that'd be like, what, 1 pink Rathian kill? If we got unlucky, that'd be like 2 pink Rathian kills. Yeah, I got the mantle. I mean, I had to kill a lot of Rathians, so it's not really super surprising. I did not kill Chicho. I kissed him, and then he was killed by dogs. I don't take responsibility. Let's see here. I think we'll do it. It's worth it. 30. Somebody killed my dog. No. Okay, it's a long story. Okay, so, all right. Fine. I'll tell the story. I was in Italy. technically Sicily, if you need to know. And we're hanging out with my wife's uncle. He's some old guy. He had a little farm. He had 2 dogs. And he had a goat named Chicho Pinata. And he was an old funny guy. He'd make his own wine. And so we're at his house. And like we're drinking all his wine and we're like laughing at him. We're having a good time. And he's crying about all the wine we're drinking. And I'd been drinking a lot of the wine. And I thought it'd be really funny if I went over and I messed with his goat. But he was sitting there. So I went over to the little pen where he kept his goat named Chicho Pinata. And I leaned over and I gave Chicho Pinata a little kiss on the mouth. And we all laughed and he was crying. Well, the next day, Chicho Pinata went out of his cage and he was playing with the neighbor's dogs. And the old man's theory was because the goat played with his own dog so much he thought he was a dog. But he wasn't a dog. He was a goat. And so one of the neighbor's dogs bit him. He started bleeding, and then the dog started to bite him more. And so Chicho got messed up by those dogs. And I regret to say Chicho did die from that. From that time, the old man, whenever he sees me, calls me Judas. Because like Judas, I gave Chicho a kiss on the mouth, and then he died the next day. Or whatever, within the next couple days. And it was like a couple months ago, I'm at my in-laws, and I'm asking them, I bring up in conversation, I'm like, hey, does the old man blame me for the death of Chicho Pinata? And my mother's like, oh, no. No, he's fine. No, he doesn't think that at all. It's fine. I kid you not, like that weekend, it's whatever, it's a holiday or something, we call him. Within 5 seconds of him seeing me on the video call, he looks at me and he says, Chicho Pinata! Judas. He didn't forget. He did not forget. He did not forgive. I regret it. If I could take it back, I would. He keeps a fully charged gun when he probably doesn't want any kisses from me. That's for damn sure. It's been like 5 years. He still brings it up. That's all I am to him. He calls me the goat's name now. He says, now you are Chicho Pinata. Like I've been haunted by the goat. Okay, yes. All right, to be fair, I think that was the same trip where I was going through this phase where I was saying Hail Satan a lot. In Italian, it's Viva Diablo. To be fair, I was saying Hail Satan a lot. And my wife has since asked me to stop saying Hail Satan around her family, which I understand. They are all Roman Catholic. I understand it's probably not very good etiquette in an Italian household to be saying Hail Satan. If you kissed my goat and then my goat was killed the next day, Turnip, I would never stop bringing it up. Ever. Here's the worst part, Mox, is like, I bet a lot of people are probably thinking like I'm making this crap up or like I'm exaggerating the story in literally any way. And it's like, I wish I was. I wish this was just like a goof or like a funny bit. It's not. It's not. This is the real. It's the real deal. It really, it really, I regret to inform, it really happened. I don't even know what I was trying to do. I was just trying to get a rise out of the old man. I was drinking all his wine. I was laughing at him. I was having a good time. And then I kissed the goat, and then the goat died. And now I'm some sort of goat kisser / killer. Jen came on stream. There was a tell-all stream where people wanted to know if I was bean lighting her. Do I have more stories? Yeah, of course I do. Your neighbor poisoned your cat? Oh, that's awful. Ever find the goat roll in Elden Ring? I did not. I saw goats. No, I mean, I love animals. You should treat them all well. You asked them where the testes were in Italy? It's pretty hot. Pineapple story, please. Everybody always wants to hear the pineapple story. Nobody ever wants to do the pineapple story, though. Goddamn Chicho Pinata. He's ruining my life, that goat. Unfortunately, they all involve goats. Desperately searching through my memory about the time that did not involve goats. Kind of, I mean, I'm not sure if I even really need the investigation for Pink Rathian. I think I would just kind of like one, though. I like how easy it is to kind of go like Metal Gear Solid on them. Some people are just like that, Arikos, though. They, like, didn't get enough hugs as a child. They just take their misery out on others. You or your cat did nothing wrong. To be quite honest with you, if I had a garden and a neighbor's cat came into it, that would actually make my day. I love cats. I guess if I had animals and, like, the cat was, like, murdering my animals, I guess I wouldn't like that. Some cats can be rascals. If you had chickens or something, they might attack your chickens. But assuming it was just, like, a garden and they were just, like, smelling your flowers, who cares? When you were in Japan, you met a guy who would serial masturbate to people getting off the train? How did this I don't believe you. How would they not get arrested? No way. I mean, that's the interesting thing about some countries or some foreign countries. Like, their criminal justice system is, like, very different from the U.S. The U.S., you've got the presumption of innocence. But I think in Japan, it's, like, almost the opposite. Like, if you're not the criminal, you got to find out who is. Who's going to report them? I mean, Kanata spent enough time to get a Snapchat footage of the guy doing it, so presumably plenty of people. It's probably CCTV. Japan doesn't take lewd and sexual crimes like we do in most other places. I don't know. I feel like there's still a line. There's still a line you cross somewhere. I don't really consider myself a prude or anything, but There's got to be a limit somewhere, I think. I mean, I guess, you know, there could, in theory, be worse crimes to commit. It's still not a good thing, though. Where are the... I know you're around here somewhere. In one way, I love scout flies, and in the other way, I kind of hate them. I feel like nobody really talks about scout flies nowadays. Let's see. Just want to get one more investigation. If I don't get anything after this, we're just gonna do the fight normally. Because I probably could have almost killed one by now.
Visizium just resubscribed for 8 months with this sub.
Hairline should recede 1 millimeter each time you resub.
1 millimeter each time I resub.
I mean, I could just list you every time you resub if you want. So, way to see small monsters on the map and Rise? Only if they're your target. Were they in stories too? I guess they probably were. Like, the game came out less than a year ago, but I feel like I've forgotten everything about that video game. This challenge seems awful. It's rough. Oh, we're just gonna back up. You're not on the list, you need to be on your best behavior? Alright, I'll just put you back on it. Easy. I think I just cleared the list. Yep, only one person on it now. Flaccid noodle? I'd love to have a pool noodle. I'll just do it normally. 40 hours crafting 1 gene for 100% in stories too? Did you at least get a Steam achievement out of it? How many people got listed during Elden Ring? Where the hell is Pink Rathian? What? Maybe we got to keep going. Maybe we got to finish this. No, the list is a great thing. I really enjoy it. Because if Elden Ring listers, you have a new pet peeve, spoilers in the form of a question. Some people try to be, like, they think they're so clever. That's the worst. Like, I don't mind somebody who, like, accidentally spoils something, like, legitimately as, like, a thing. But, like, when they're like, I predict this will happen, and it's like something like clearly they've seen in the game or some other form in the way. It's like, come on, come on. I'm such a genius. I figured out the video game before anyone else did. All right, buddy. Why have you not tried this yet? Have you gotten to this yet? What did you think of this thing? It's a level beyond Ivy League, right? I've analyzed every frame of this trailer. I just watched somebody like play through the whole game. What monster did you want to hunt? What? Messed up that Basil was spoiled for both Stories 2 and Rise? That's how it goes, man. But to be fair, in Rise, I mean, everything was spoiled before the game even came out, so... Hopefully the same thing will not happen for Sunbreak. Hopefully they'll figure that out. The interesting thing is the team that normally makes the demo is technically making the full game now, so... Who knows how that'll work. Oh, is Basil not in the files? Interesting. Well, the other team is definitely, like, Takuda's team is 100% working on the next Monster Hunter game. They've probably been working on it since Monster Hunter World released. Isn't it going to be like World 2? It'll probably be a little bit more open world. I mean, that's my prediction. But it'll feel like a next generational, you know, upgrade for the game. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Unlucky is technically correct. I mean, nobody really knows, right? I bet it'll be like Monster Hunter 6. Whatever it's going to be called. I mean, it won't be called Monster Hunter 6. It'll have a new... It'll have its own name. Funny story about Elden Ring and Elden Ring comparisons. I've already started to see game reviews with the article saying, this game is just like Elden Ring. Like, I usually like Silicon Era as a spot where I get my video game news. But there was a writer on that website that compared, I guess, Tunic to Elden Ring. And it was like, come on. Come on! You could do better. It's just the Elden Ring of Bomberman games. Is Puzzle Quest 3 the Elden Ring of Match 5 games? Silken Air writers are wishy-washy in quality. For the most part, I just like the topics they cover. The actual journalistic integrity is definitely hit or miss. I know there was one guy, I don't want to start any beef. I really don't want to start any beef. But there was one guy who was seriously writing every article as if he was like shooting for the moon in his like college English lit class. And it was so difficult to read what he was writing because he wasn't writing like a normal person. He was writing like every word had to be used. Like a thesaurus had to be used for everything. My favorite writer is actually just I think she's the main editor. I think she's the senior editor, Jenny Latta. I think she's great. I think she does a great job with her articles. I don't think he even writes there anymore, to be honest with you, Kev. I have not seen an article of his in a while. And what I like is she's got a pretty good catalog of games that she'll review. Like, I never play any of them, but she'll, like, review, like, you know, dating simulators and stuff like that. Like, those little visual novel games. That's cute. Shooting your ass. Why'd you just let me shoot your ass like that? Oh, we're done. I think. Are we done? Oh no, that's not happening. Alright, now it should be popping open. We're doing it, Bone Cuss. It's gonna happen. Oh, look at that timing. That timing was like perfect. I like slid under the door while it was still closed. Missing the Dragon Razor is one of the most depressing things you can do in this video game. I'm gonna have to evade. Is the poison doing much for you? Depends on the monster. We've got the pink Rathian set bonus. Or Rathian, I guess normal Rathian set bonus. And depends on the monster, you know. I'm sure it really helped out in Ebony Odo. Status damage is not reduced by bad sharpness. Which is a probably a very little known fact. I mean, how many people probably even take the time to consider how much element and status are affected by sharpness? Probably not many. You know, in a good fight, maybe we'll get 3 or 4 poisons. You know, with poison up, I mean, that's really not bad. That could be like 3,000 damage, maybe? Depending on the monster, I don't know. Wazen, hello. How's the computer? How's your Windows 11 experience?
エティムケーレナ。ああ。サム、シマオラだ。いや、テルトークーラー。トートへ。イベルカーナ、ホビキベラーダ。メダ。
Well, Windows 11 is better with games now? Can anyone confirm that? Should I upgrade? Normally, I'm terrified about upgrading before a service pack. No. I mean, Wazin has a particularly cursed computer experience. So I'm assuming the installation of Windows 11 just made, just like reset everything for him. Apparently it puts the icons in the middle of the start bar. I don't like that. Okay, guys, I'm losing my mind. How do I fight Pink Rathian? Where is she? I've picked up multiples of her scales. Thank you, Gator. I just don't know. I could try killing her during investigations. Wait a year before considering 11? Noted. I'm not gonna grind her on investigations.
Gravy_Gator just resubscribed for 36
Is it
months.
torture?
All red Sharpness. Happy 3 years, Mr. Streamer Petflower.
I'm just like, I feel like an overwhelming sadness in my heart. And I don't know why. Anyone have any cures for that? Anyone ever sometimes just struck with intense melancholy and some degree of sadness? Light a candle? That sounds nice. Play GU and get the Hyperlos instead? Alright, never mind. I'm feeling good, man. I take that back. Happy to be here. We're gonna have the anti-aerial 3 pretty soon. That'll be cool, right? How many Hyper Silver Loses do you think I'll have to kill? Take a break and go find Chaos again? Nobody wants to watch that game. I don't even know if I want to play it. Will I beat Cantus Hyperlos time? I think I might. I'm not talking like a big dick game or anything like that. Was his a high rank one or a G rank one? Like I'm not planning on challenging Kanta to like a hyper Silver Losov, because I like and respect Kanta too much to want to do that. But I feel like I'm coming in with like a hindsight knowledge of what I could do that might be better. My only issue with Red Dead Redemption 2 is I read on what the online mode in that game is like, and it seems like they just have zero respect for their players. Was I the first beating Fatalis in the world? I was the first streamer on Twitch to beat Fatalis, but Fume beat him before I did, so I'm definitely not the first in the world. And there were probably teams of 4-person sticky gunners that probably killed him before me as well. Among the Twitch streamers, I believe I was one of the first. Honestly, the thing that was most surprising to me was how much it felt like Rainey struggled. I think it took him like 8 hours to get his first kill. First streamer you've seen cart to a high rank Great Jagras. Brother, there were people carting to the normal Jagras, okay? And the only time I carted to a Great Jagras is he ambushed me. I was fighting something else. I was low on life, and he snuck up and he bit me in the ass, okay? He was like a predator, lurking in the shadows. It's not the same. That's not copium. An L is not an L. It's not the same. They're not all made the same. First streamer to die to a Bullfongo on stream. Well, that's happened a lot of times. That goddamn Vestploid will haunt me for the rest of my life. Nice essay. No, I didn't actually lose to high rank Great Jagras. If you really think about it, he lost to me. I have not forgotten the Vestploid. I remember the Vestploid. Man, the all credits challenge is really fun. I gotta do that again sometime. I finished that in 1 month, right? I remember the Apsaros. God, Dose was just like absolute nut torture. Did you double or triple card to the 4U Velociprey quest when you first streamed the emulator? It's very possible I ended up double carding to a Velocidrome at some point. When you're first farming him, like it's very subtle, but you do get to the point where he gets very strong very quickly. Because you got like no armor and he's like approaching high rank. I did beat Arm Wrestling Guy first try, and I think Noxella had to pay out like 5 subs. That was amazing. That was worth it. However, to be fair, I think Dose Arm Wrestling Guy basically broke my Elite Series controller. I mean, the thing was going to break eventually anyways, but... You gotta be careful, like, I don't want him to break my Thrustmaster. I beat him twice in a row. You know the amazing thing? Is people have the gall to say that I couldn't properly test Turbo when I beat the motherfucking Arm Wrestling Guy in that game fair and square twice in a row. Like, they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Sorry for the swearing, but it's true. Only the people that have done that quest can really know the true pain of beating the arm wrestling guy. He's sick. He's messed up in the head. And you get like a jug of milk for beating him. It's like your only reward. Can you imagine if that quest was required to beat the game? Imagine that quest was required to go online. I'm pretty sure somebody said you needed to pay for the subscription in Japan too for Dose. I think the first time you do it, he buys you a meal. I could be wrong though. Gives you some ingredients or something. But the thing is like first gen Monster Hunter, outside of like Freedom requiring you to kill like 50 Rathalos, I think 50 Rathian to get the G rank, it's really not that bad. Who's arm wrestling guy? So, on the PlayStation 2, there's a video game called Monster Hunter Dose. It's basically the second mainline Monster Hunter game. You're in a little village, and there's a guy who builds ships, shipwright, and he's at a barrel, and at night you can arm wrestle him. And it's just like insanely hard to win the arm wrestling. Favorite job in Strangers of Paradise? Probably the sword fighter, the one with the shield. I like finding ways of getting more efficient with getting that counter move off. It was really cool. It's kind of like a counter playstyle. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't want to be like flexing my dick on stream. Very good masher is not the half of it. Like, insanely good masher. Just use turbo. I don't think I've ever even tried turbo. I'm assuming it would work. I mean, you'd have to live with the fact that you use turbo. But, you know, games back then, at least on the PlayStation 2, some of them would actually detect if you were using a turbo controller. Like, was it Metal Gear Solid had a section where you had to mash buttons. I mean, some turbo controllers, they, like, who was it? Revolver Ocelot would say, like, hey, you cheated, and you would automatically fail. You had to use a popsicle stick. I think that's what I did. Oh no. Whoop. Holy crap, I broke something. I didn't know that was possible. Wow, I'm surprised. use the shirt method? I did not. Popsicle stick. Pretty sure it's a popsicle stick. Sounds like it would work. Maybe the fight stick had a version that the game wouldn't detect or something. That's a good question, Shup. Would turbo normal shots in Mega Man games be more damage than charge shots? I don't remember Peace Walker having a mashing scene. Maybe it did, though. I guess from a timing perspective, just mashing out shots constantly could be more consistent than charge shots, unless you actually know how to land it. I got into Metal Gear with that podcast that one time. It was cool that there was a crossover with Monster Hunter, and like we actually got it in English. Talk about like an era. Killer Trank Rathalos. Oh, and Peace Walker? I probably killed him. I didn't even know if you could trank him. I know you could drop, like, rations and, like, the Tigrex would eat them. Reach. Oh. That's not gonna reach either. Oh, I could have kept spinning him? Oh, I remember. Trank. You're right, to actually use trank ammo. That's right. Oh, God. I forgot that was a thing. Was it something like a character stuck making the same grunting noise over and over? I actually prefer it. My all monster challenge character that I did before this one was constantly whining and moaning every time he did everything. I hated that. He was like, oh, every time he took it. Just like pathetically whining. His grunts are not particularly obnoxious. One of the voices just screams. One thing you gotta give the Souls games, no matter what, is the voice acting is always top tier. Excellent direction. Souls games, they're okay. They're fun. They're fun for what they are. It's the atmosphere, man. That was awful. They hire from theater troops? Oh, like rather than like your normal cast of characters for voice acting in general? That's cool. I guess that's why it feels like a little bit more, like there's a little bit more variety. They've got this one older lady that does voice lines that I just love. Get there in time? Nope. Is it a rock right there? It is. I probably want to tenderize that head, huh? Maybe here's an okay time to spin, though. No, come on. My only complaint about Dung Eater is, I wish he talked about dung more. Sometimes not enough dung in his voice lines. But I liked Dung Eater. I mean, I want a line of him being like, tasty dung. Can't wait to eat some dung. Sounds like he's eating people. You know, it's true. He talks a lot more about eating people and defiling people than he does talking about dung. His name's Dung Eater. There's got to be at least a little dung snack. Like, I thought I was going to have to find dung and feed it to him. Neo does not shy away from its dung eating. I want like a Dung Eater minigame where I have to like throw it into his open mouth. Basil Boy, thank you. It's a good time to subscribe. I could see Dung Eater being a George edition. Ooh. Always show up for dung. Feeling a little dungy today. What is the symbolism of the Dung Eater? Was Dung Eater really the real hero? Oh, are we talking about Conker's Bad Fur Day? I never played that game. Is that on that Rare collection? Can I play that in Game Pass? Why can't I get Dung Eater as my maiden? see me play Conker's Bad Fur Day? I mean, I'm really not a fan of collectathon platformers anymore. And it felt like for a long time, Rare had like a big hit with, I guess it was probably Banjo-Kazooie to start. And then they just got kind of stuck in with like collectathon platformers. And it was a long time before they found anything else to match or surpass that. And when you really think about it, even Sea of Thieves kind of feels that way a little bit. Collecting layered stuff. Not a platformer, though. I see the linked RTX 40,000 performance. Nope. Hope it's good, though. I mean, will anyone be able to buy it? I think I saw something about the amount of power consumption it was going to use, and it was, like, actually ridiculous. I mean, nothing matters unless we could buy it, right? That was a mistake. I'm amazed I'm not dead. I took 2 big hits just now. No joke, if this was Strangers of Paradise, I would be dead. You can only take 1 hit in that game. I mean, it's also like, what's the point? Like, I got a 2080, but it doesn't matter. I mean, like, I still don't feel any need to upgrade. Games are still made that are targeting, like, Xbox One level performance, so you could run everything. But I had a 2070 Ultra. Nope, I never owned a 2070 Ultra. You mean 2070 Super? I have a 1660 Ti for my streaming computer. Gaming computer's a 2080. Super Ultra? Is that what it's called? I thought it was just a Super. I used to have a GTX 970. I don't use that anymore, though. Honestly, there's a point in time, maybe even now, where it probably has an okay resale value. 970 was a good card when it came out. Did I get another poison? No. Did a 980? It was already years old by the time you got it. I mean, 980 was a good card. All I know is I saw a post where Micro Center, which is a computer parts store that usually has pretty decent deals, actually was starting to have like MSRP for cards, like in stock. So maybe soon. I finished Strangers of Paradise. So we probably beat that game. When did I beat it? Tuesday or Wednesday? 2 or 3 streams? Getting through just the base game on hard, I would rate it an 8 out of 10. The post game, quite possibly one of the worst post games I've ever seen in any game ever. Honestly. And here's the thing, like, I love the combat. I love most of the boss fights. It's not difficulty, it's just like so pointless. The difficulty is fine. I mean, I have a concept, don't steal this. I had a concept of me running the demo 3rd stage, and then me running the game at like item level 300 post game, and trying to tell people like spot the difference. Nothing to grind for. You can grind and you'll get stronger. But here's the thing, the bosses and enemies don't change at all. So like in Monster Hunter, when you get to G rank or whatever, you know, enemies have new weapons, they have new gear. Even the old monsters have usually like 1 or 2 new attacks. They might be faster, or they might hit harder. You know, things like that. It feels different. It's a completely different experience. And it's, you know, you add things like investigations. They're usually not that different. But, you know, like a tempered monster or hyper monster, sometimes they're a little bit faster. They add a new move or something like that. Strangers of Paradise. I mean, spoilers for the people that care. Enemy placement is exactly the same. Boss attack patterns are exactly the same. Boss speed is exactly the same. Everything is exactly the same. The only thing is difference is that as you grind up, you're able to get gear that has more job things on it. So you can create more interesting combinations of job skills. You know, you can get probably 2 classes up to 400 relatively easily. And you can do some very interesting things with that. Or you can get a couple classes up to 250 and get some really interesting things off of that. But what's the point? You're stronger. Enemies are exactly the same. It's really unfortunate. It was really lazy. My suspicion is that Square Enix ran out of time or money to do it properly. Here's the thing. There is, from a technical perspective, a absolute insane amount of endgame content. So if you went purely by what was shown in game, and you didn't like quote unquote skip new game levels, there's like 13 new game pluses. In a way, kind of technically. Or you can do the same level like 30, 40 times in a row. Literally turning into the Joker in the process. And then get to the max item level or whatever. And then maybe grind 1 enemy for 7 hours. Unlock all the content, then beat all the content. And then say you're done with the game. I'm at the point where I have to grind 1 enemy for 6 hours now if I want to do what I want to do. Which is beat all the levels at max difficulty. Oops. I stopped. I stopped right at the moment when I realized what I was going to need to do. And it's just like my time is just like worth more than that right now. Like there's a part of me that wants to do it just to say I did it, but it's just not worth it. And again, don't get me wrong. I like the game. I like the combat. I like a lot of the systems. But it feels to me like somebody designed that end game on like a weekend with an like they had an intern design it on a spreadsheet. Main game story playthrough is about 30 hours. It's, you know, it's always difficult to put a price on video games. But if I had to rate like a price for what it would be worth to me for a new player, right now I can't tell you what the DLC is going to be like. But I'd say you'd get probably about $40 worth out of the game. The game will probably also be on Game Pass in the next year. I'm dead. Oh, he'll bring me back. It's fun. It's really fun learning the new weapons. You know, one thing that I could do that's different is I have not really learned anything. I haven't learned the Great Sword and Katana particularly well. Unless you get really hard stuck, it's going to be hard to get 60 hours out of that first playthrough. The one issue for some people that had with that game is they played it on medium. And the game is like, it's definitely balanced around hard for being an interesting play style. You know, inevitably there's comparisons to Elden Ring and stuff like that. I think the combat is better in Strangers of Paradise than in Elden Ring. But that doesn't necessarily make it a better game. You know, it's got that tight, you know, super punishing, super rewarding Team Ninja gameplay that you could, you know, I mean, I've come to really enjoy from like Neo and that sort of stuff. I've never really played the Ninja Gaiden games, but I understand they're very similar. I think I played Ninja Gaiden Black on the 360. The story's fine. It's not amazing. Very front and back loaded. It feels like the middle of the game suffers from not very good story pacing at all, and it feels like the end game was just got no attention. So take that for what it's well. That's my short form review of the game. And we're getting pretty far today. We're getting farther faster than I thought we would. You know, it could have used more chaos. I could have used more chaos. You know, something that spoiled it a little bit for me as a streamer is there was a stream embargo for the end of the game. You were not supposed to stream anything beyond essentially like the second to last level of the game. Is my thirst to kill chaos satiated? I don't. How long is that embargo? In theory, forever. I don't know if we're gonna get Char today. Maybe. What's more likely is we're going to get very damn close to Shara, and I'll just have, like, a second game ready for tomorrow. Yeah, the question is how long will they enforce that embargo? Is that something that they're planning on enforcing forever? The thing for me is because the endgame feels so poorly done, and because the ending, while not necessarily bad, but terribly paced, it's hard not to feel like it wasn't done because they wanted to prevent people from having spoilers, but because they wanted to hide something. If it was like a tour de force masterpiece, like, oh my god, like, I was so moved, I cried, you know? Like something like Neo 2, where like it has actually a really satisfying, really good, you know, ending set piece. Okay, I get it, but the pacing is just all over the place. Mild spoilers for people that want vague descriptions, but basically, the embargoed content is a scene where you run through a town and you don't fight anything. Basically, a cutscene boss fight where you can't die. A repeat of an area that you run through. A boss fight where you can't die, and then another boss fight where 50% of it you can't die. It's like a 2-hour cutscene, basically. But a lot of it is just like, feels like wasted time. And this is coming from like this, like it's like whiplash, because like the entire middle part of the game, you've got like really no cutscenes. Very few, very short, very brief. A lot of them play out the same. You know, a lot of lore is stuck in these like little crystals that you pick up. I mean, it was not the best part of the game, you know. The hardest content that you have in that end part of the game, to me, was there's like a collection of normal enemies that you have to fight solo. That was really hard. And I don't even know if there's necessarily an opportunity to go back and grind up gear. I think you might be stuck into fighting that one area alone, so. Everything else of that was a cakewalk, or I was just watching cutscenes anyways. So yeah, that's my problem, is they embargoed stuff that... It's like, the story content was fine, but everything else was just trash from a gameplay perspective. Like I said, one area is literally a repeated level that you can just run through. So, like, I don't even know what there is to say about that. New camera? Not that new. Relatively new, I guess. I guess I've had it for 3 months? I think I got it in December. Maybe 4 months? Oh.
Annoying spam bot just
Thank
subscribed.
you. It's not annoying at all. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
すごい
The multiplayer in the game is fun. The multiplayer in Strangers of Paradise is fun. It makes things really easy, but it is... There's actually a couple quests in the game that would be fun to do with other players because it's like, they're so hard.
ニルセシートキルスレーテイリュウグウーダイガドゥーキオーガリ
Like, there's this one side quest. It would be, like, brutal. I mean, it is brutal to go through solo, not even at maximum. Nice content as always. Oops, all red sharpness. We're doing it, though. What have we got now? Basil? Basil, I really think I need to do. I need to murder myself. I'm going to need the extra damage. Because he's got a ton of life. The G-Rank armor usually looks really good. For Sunbreak, I'm happy they're bringing back a lot of the old, the redesigned G-Rank designs, but I'm a little disappointed that they haven't, like, mixed up those armor designs in a while. Insect Glaive with the guy with the braids is your favorite NPC. Do you subscribe to the theory that his bug became Xeno? Am I allowed to change weapons in this challenge? If I really wanted to, there's nothing stopping me from doing it. But I don't think I am. The restrictions I gave myself was no slinger burst or wall bangs in low rank and high rank. That's pretty much it. Obviously, no ranged weapons. Hunting Horde would also feel like cheating. Oh, I need to take a look at it, Shup. Compare the arms, looking all goofy. Honestly, they should have just left the slingers on. It's just like a little design. His bug was an offspring of Xeno, but where is his bug? Where is it now? That took a while. Yeah, I'm kind of terrified. That's not good. That's actually really bad. Well, there are no turf wars. It's not exactly very wallbang friendly. Namule is weak to poison. Black Veil we could drop a boulder on. And Seething we can use Fortify. But I mean we gotta get it right. We gotta get it right the first time. If I screw up this attempt, it would actually be really bad. So let's not screw it up. Something like that, maybe? We got some stuff, didn't we? Maybe we'll try and meld some decos. I think it's very low odds of getting a Mind's Eye deco. Vitality could be nice. Gobbler's nice. Expert is nice. Venom's actually really nice. Considering that's like one of our primary ways of dealing damage. If it can get us one extra poison, it would be worth it. Wow. You know, if only I actually did damage, that would actually be really cool. That's insane. I already have maximum weakness exploit, by the way, with his armor set. Unbelievable. Unreal. That's crazy. That's so nuts. So what would that be? 39? That's an okay boost. Oh, big dirty Phil, I don't believe. There's no way. There's no way you're 200 hours in, you've not gotten one of those. I don't believe you. Oh no. Oh no. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Just shed 13ing brightly at the screen. That's my streamer. 17 tenorize jewels. That's pretty nice. Don't bully. I'm not bullying my viewers. Oof. All right, so I think I think I'll burn myself to death. Let's put the cat away first. I'll burn myself to death twice to get the fortify before I even see the basil, because then that'll start the countdown of 50 minutes. I really don't think we're gonna run out of time. But if I were ever to run out of time on a monster, I think this would actually be the one. It's like unreal. Like, I believe it, but that's screwed up. 200 hours to no crit boost deco. I'm sure you got some plus decos there. It's not that it has more HP than Shara, it's just that Shara is weak to poison. Like, really weak to poison. So from a total life perspective, it's incredibly high. Now here's the thing that we do have. We do have crystals. I don't think he has a turf war. But we've got 2 crystals, so that's 10% of his health. And we're going to have double fortify, so we should be okay. I just really don't want to screw this up. Because I think if I fail this... then I got to beat him normally. And that's worrisome. Because presumably he runs away. Like, I don't think you have forever to fight him. After 50 minutes, he probably leaves the area. I love the facial animations they give the hunters. It adds, like, I don't know, because, like, games have been around forever, like, and they've never had facial expressions like that before. It adds something. The absolute state of red sharpness. Falafel freak, hello. You know what I haven't had in a while? I have not had a falafel. Oh, they'll sweat in the older games, Julian. You see sweat falling off them and stuff. I think this is my favorite cutscene in the game coming up. I feel like it's one of the few, if only, cutscenes in the game when it's just you and the Admiral together. And nobody else is, like, butting in. I guess maybe there's that first Rajang cutscene. It's also cool how he puts so much trust in you to take care of the seething Basil. Like, he's not even worried about it. He's like, you got this, bud. I think I've seen Savage Joe in, like, the follow-up optional ZMTL, but I don't think he starts up in the expedition. I think it's fixed. I think Dodo's definitely here. I think Dodo always shows up. You know, without this quest, you would never need to fight Basil in any form in World or Iceborne. At least not in modern. I guess if Savage showed up, that would at least help with the life a little bit. It takes off 10% from the from his total life, right? So it'd be 20% between crystals and Savage. I guess that wouldn't be that bad. Does he have slinger bombs? Oh, this is going to help a lot, actually. I think that tenderized. Yes. Well, he poisons pretty easy, huh? Oops. Hey, is he weak to poison? Was I wrong? Could have been wrong. Maybe this will be easier than I thought. I'm gonna shoot him because it's gonna be screwed up no matter what anyways. As we'll take him over to the Gauges. Be just enraged. Strangers of Paradise mod? I mean, Behemoth is in the game, so technically. Dodo was a little champ there. You see that? He really went the distance. Oh! Dodo can help us actually in more ways than one. You know, I never noticed the reflection from light on the ground here. It actually looks really nice. Check this out. I can even get pods off of him. That's a little degenerate. You know, that wind press is pretty brutal. Excuse me, Dodo? Oh, wow. I can't believe that hit. That was unbelievable. I think I screwed up. I think Seething is weak to poison. He looks weak to poison. I wonder if I could just bring him back to the Gauges again. Probably. They kind of combined normal Basil and Seething and Rise anyways. Oh, imagine if he was put to sleep under one of the crystals. That would have been amazing. They definitely did something to compensate for his health and poison. 'Cause that feels like that's lasting forever. I would say the Rise bombs are harder in general, but the pattern is also much more specific. It's like a little bit of both. Where's the other? There it is. Do I go for it? I did. Tail's pretty tanky to make up for the fact that it takes so much damage. The tail actually is what gets you the trips, right? In Master Rank. Do you know if I fought every boss in Elden Ring? I know that I definitely did not fight every boss in Elden Ring. I know the opposite. I certainly know that even among the bosses that I saw, I ran away from one of them because he was just such a dick. So, there you go. I mean, I like Elden Ring. I think it's a really good game. I think it'll probably end up being Game of the Year, but I can't say I'm necessarily obsessed about it as much as everyone else did. I mean, some people are like losing their minds over it. Which one? It was a reskin of a boss that I'd fought earlier. It was an ice version. I won't say what, just to be completely wary of spoilers. It's been Game of the Year for 2 years already? Get it again. Such a dick. That boss is one of the most active co-op areas in the game. I feel like co-op would only make it harder. I feel like early on the lesson in Elden Ring is like just run away. If you're struggling, Pack up and leave. Godskin Duo? I had zero I first tried Godskin Duo. They are not hard. I don't understand the problem there. Maybe if you didn't fight Foreskin Guy earlier, but I already fought him earlier, so I kind of knew what his deal was. I mean, I don't think I was particularly over-leveled. I was probably around like 120, probably. If you're the only one in a room saying Godskin is easy, maybe it's an isolated case. I didn't use Mimic. I had the boys. I like the boys better than Mimic anyways. From what I've seen, the only time Mimic is really that powerful is if you're using magic anyways. Is he that good normally? Built too. I mean, it's not that hard. You just hit him and then he dies. That's what I found. Look, all right. I won't say it, but I'll say it. There was a Souls-type tournament for a game called Mortal Shell, all right? And it wasn't even like I didn't come in last. I came out in the top 50% of runners there, okay? I'm not even a Souls runner. I spent more time on the capital than I did on the bosses, 100%. I know what my weaknesses are. Navigation. Craziest part about that stream, Coco, is I did not route that run naked. And, like, at the 50% mark of my time being over, I said, you know what? Forget it. I'm going naked. And I did it, man. Full on, full nut. I like the pressure. Wait, the monster you are tracking will leave the area soon. Is that referring to Basil? I hope not. Maybe it's Dodo. I hope that's Dodo. I hope we get like a savage. Oh, he's dropping pods though. We're looking okay. Imagine he just leaves. Oh, I'm imagining it, and I'm feeling really sad. You're on an expedition. How do you run out of time? Monster I'm fighting walks away. I love that roar, by the way. There's another poison. He's got to be weak to poison. I'm so high. Like I am like high out of my eye. My mind. Like I'm actively tripping on stream. How much for the drugs? Dude. At this point, my brain just produces them naturally. You guys want to know one of my greatest phobias? This is actually like a major fear of mine. You know how like you hear the stories about people getting like a massive dose of like LSD or acid or something like that, and then like just like kind of always tripping for the rest of their life? That really scares me. That has to be like, if you do that to somebody, like that has to be illegal, right? Yeah. What if that happened, man? Fun story. I mean, not a fun story. Sad story. Something like that happened. You know, what is it? Andrew from Channel 9? Formerly All Gas, No Brakes. That actually kind of happened to him. Like, that's his actual life experience. Is either somebody gave him too much drugs or he took too much drugs. And so, like, he sees like trails in his vision all the time. I mean, I guess you just get used to it. And I guess, you know, the only bittersweet positive part about that story is, like, he's still done so much good with his life anyways. You know what I mean? I guess it can't be that bad. I don't think he said he like actively hallucinates. He just sees like trails and stuff in his vision. Maul these people around course. Well, if I'm actively like negatively hallucinating, I mean, that would be really bad. What do you think that feels to a monster when you deal 7 damage to their leg? Tried weed once and you put you in a 2-hour panic attack, so sadly drugs aren't for you. Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time relaxing if I'm on anything. So I'm not into it myself. I mean, God bless the people that want to use it. I think people should be free to be able to use that sort of stuff if they want it, but it's not really for me. And then alcohol, I just make dumb decisions anyways. So just gotta be high in life, guys. Friendly reminder that my state has legalized marijuana, but you are not allowed to buy it or sell it or grow it. Swear to God, I've got the dumbest government in this country. I mean, certainly, Ryu, I mean, it's the same thing with alcohol, right? You don't drive drunk. Definitely don't drive stoned. I mean, it's de facto legalized in, like, I think almost 50% of the country at this point. It's at least decriminalized in a lot of places. I mean, the really sad thing is, I don't want to get political stream on anything. Like, some states, I guess, have a lot of for-profit prisons. And they use harsh drug laws to essentially create, you know, a source of unpaid labor. It's really messed up. That's why they want to keep it criminal if they want it to be. Pretty much up. I don't know. I don't even like how do you even like bring up the idea? All right. So here's my business plan. I want to make a prison. That's a business. And I want you to get me prisoners that I could use to staff my business. I mean, politicians that want to run on the platform of, I guess, quote unquote, being tough on crime, I don't get it, man. I'm just saying, like, how does that, like, the first one, how does that even get brought up? You know what I mean? Like, you won't believe this crap that I'm planning on doing. Maybe there was just like a state prison that got decommissioned and somebody bought that one. just like, I just see like somebody go to a bank and like, wait do you hear my my business pitch? The other side of that though, Chalk, if I could say like, cheer out a little bit, is there was one prison that I guess like one of the prisoners found out a way to apply for COVID relief money, and then a bunch of prisoners got money there themselves. Like they're all just like writing letters from the prison. They were getting like COVID relief bailout funds for their non-existent businesses. That made me laugh. What is it? Blackmail? He's nice. I mean, part of the reason why the car stuff is so messed up in this country is, I guess, car dealerships donate a lot of money to politicians. That's why it's difficult to buy. You can't like directly just buy like a car from like Honda or something in the US. It has to be from a dealership because of all the stuff they put in place. Yellowstone will save us. Purge this godforsaken country. Make tea and chill out. What sort of tea you got coming on today? So 3.5 monsters left, huh? That's not too bad. What's up with that red sharpness? That's all I have, man. That's all I have left anymore. I guess if I pushed really hard, we could probably finish this today. It'd be a little tight. It's definitely getting finished tomorrow, though, if not today. Definitely have to have another game on deck for tomorrow, though. Started playing Dragon Quest XI's. It's a fun game. McDurpus, it's actually really interesting. It's like, as soon as a company gets large enough, say like over 200 people, and there's a board, and there's like issuing stocks, it's almost like it becomes its own creation, like its own little evil thing. I think we would probably go right back into GU for tomorrow. I think so. Only added no XP from weaker monsters. What was my setup? So mine was no XP from weaker monsters. Game over if the hero dies. Harder monsters? All right, hold on. Hold up. You gotta do harder monsters. I'm sorry. I hate to do this to you. You got to restart the game. Have I gotten to play Monster Hunter Frontier? I played Monster Hunter Frontier in around 2010 on the Japanese servers. And I played it again in 2018, primarily on, I believe, the Taiwan server. 2010 was an awful experience. that was not fun. 2018 was very good. There was an English patch, and the Fist, the guy that was making it, had rebalanced it a little bit, so the grind wasn't quite as bad. You didn't have to fight Raviente for a year to get the upgraded armor skills. And there's some stuff going on right now to make a version that's going to get redone. What are you going to do if Sunbreak sucks a big donkey hole? Keep doing what I usually do. Frontier looks tough, but you want to try it still? Just have patience, buddy, someday. Maybe 2022, if not 2022, probably 2023. Yeah, I mean, Sunbreak, I mean, look, here's the thing. No matter what, Sunbreak's going to carry, like, 3 or 4 months. And then I get the sense they'll have learned a little bit from the release of Base Rise, and the title updates will probably be spread out a little bit longer. And generally, that will help, I think you'll do viewer lobbies in Sunbreak like I did in GU. Like on YouTube? Like in World? Like in Iceport? What the hell are you talking about? It depends on how it's balanced. Friday Night Fights used to have one-on-one viewer calls. Nowadays, I don't know if I can do that as much. I don't. It's too much of an audience for somebody to shout something terrible and get me timed out or banned. Sunbreak better get a Matsu at some point. You're going to cry? It's a good chance it'll get a Matsu. They've got the framework of flying monsters working in place, so. How are things going on the run? Faster and smoother than I would have expected. Well, for today, man, going through freaking Rathian and Rathalos was terrible. That was not a fun time. I mean, so the red sharpness, like, I deal less damage. Like, I deal significantly less damage. But you know what? It's still a run. You know, I still have a lot of other tools available to me. And the damage does add up eventually. Now, poison is not good on Black Veil Valhazak. This is arguably maybe the hardest I'm going to have it. Those rocks and wall bangs might be one of the hardest things that I need to do. You gonna check out the Risk of Rain 2 DLC at some point? Probably. I don't know if I'll stream it, but I'll definitely check it out. Wait, oops. Oh, that's not my helmet? Just massively upgraded a low rank helmet all the way. My spheres! Game feels harder, but your runs are more consistent? Maybe there's some items or something that allow you to increase your consistency. Man, I would love to fight Pink Rathian. The thing is Black Veil and the Ancient Forest in general, it's really easy to wallbang him. I have no idea what's going on with Pink Rathian. She's not here. I can't fight her. She doesn't exist. I have fought one. I haven't fought one, but I've gathered a ton of tracks from Pink Rathian. We've definitely run into each other. I think I just gotta go full nut. I just gotta go in. Upgraded my armor? I can't really. Have I ever attacked Pink Rathian? Pretty sure. I had a scale from earlier. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Whatever. The insurance helps. Weakener, I don't think does anything because it's an assigned quest and the health rolls are fixed. Kushala is what's holding you back. What do you need to get Gold Crown Kushala? I mean, if it's high rank Kushala, you could just dumpster it in like 1 minute with basically any weapon type. Yeah, I mean, you can get it from high rank. You don't have to get it from master rank. I mean, are you doing investigations? Investigations give you a better chance of them too. I would just do high rank investigations. Star 6 Crows, hello. Maybe that's something I could do at some point. I could try and get all the guild, finish the guild card and Rise on PC. I don't know if that would be good content. Probably not. But it's something to do, I guess, rather than just doing speedruns or challenge runs. $50 rampages? I'd be stocked up on tickets. How's the stream been going? Today's been surprisingly good. Is that more boring and tedious than interesting? Yep. Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, the no miasma resistance might actually kind of suck. Somebody in chat was saying the monkey rampage is some of the best content they've seen from rampages in the game. No, 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 no. We're supposed to charge. What a nightmare. This is going to be the worst possible timing. This is terrible. This is the worst thing I've ever experienced. This miasma is like unrelenting. Poison damage is like nothing. I should have farmed up a ton of barrel bombs for this. Damage. He's gonna have more than 10,000 life. I must have done that math wrong in my brain. I don't think you can actually hop on his face when he's throwing up like that. What's 550 times 20? Can you do that math for me? For some reason, I can't do that number in my head. I don't know why. I'm like having an aneurysm. $11,000 health? He's gotta have more than that though, right? Does that seem low for like Valhazak? To only have 11,000 health? Maybe that's why I felt like it was wrong, because that seems too low. Normally a wallbang does 2% of a monster's health, give or take. But maybe that's just not the case for him. Maybe it only does like 1%. Does he have lower health? I don't think so. %, 50, not 20. Oh, that's it. Sorry. So he's got, hold on. I told you my brain wasn't working. 50 times 550. 27,000 health. It's like something's not working here. No, those spreadsheets should be correct, ZMTL. But man, we gotta get to wall. we gotta be wall banging like it's going out of business. Would be the worst weapon choice for this challenge? Possibly Lance or Gun Lance. Not many ways to get ESP natively on that on those weapons. Wow, good job. We're almost to Shara. I don't know if we're gonna beat Shara today, but I'm happy to at least give Val Hazakin a good old college try. I feel like he's absolutely going to take like 30 minutes. Dual Blades actually would be okay, except for the fact that you can still bounce even when you're doing a demon dance. But like raw Dual Blades are okay. Element obviously is useless, but you have to remember status doesn't get down at all, so I don't remember if there's any good blast or poison Dual Blades, but they'd be fine. We're about to die. I suck down. It's like I eat a nullberry and then I immediately get effluviumed again. It's not that element isn't applied when you bounce. It is, but you get 25% element when you're in red sharpness. You do get 50% raw damage. The only thing that doesn't get affected by red sharpness is actually status. So for that reason, you might actually do pretty well with dual blades because they apply status a lot. Now that looked like that did 668 damage. I don't know why it did more. What the hell? Almost made it. Oh, I need to get banging again. Pretty much if he's not in rage, I gotta be banging. Would a mod that removes raw and focuses solely on element make for a good challenge? I mean, you don't start with any element. Wall bangs deal more damage and more parts are broken? Is that true? I did not know that. That's new to me. Is that to make up for the part that you're not breaking parts anymore? I'm dead. How am I not dead? How many parts do you need to break for it to get up there? Or is it scale linearly with how many parts are broken? It's too confusing. Wait, no, I made a mistake. No. Brickbull, good evening. Do you live like in a weird time zone now or something? Oh, really? It's like an afternoon. Maybe you moved to Australia? It's night in Australia, right? Thinks lance damage in old Monster Hunter is easy? Lance in Monster Hunter 1 on PlayStation 2 is arguably the most powerful weapon in the game. Oops. Oh, I screwed up so bad. Oh. No, it's 6 a.m. It's morning in Australia. I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset and alienate my Australian player base. Please forgive me. I feel like Australians are pretty easygoing people. I think we'll have peace in our time. Oh, the blunt cutting formula? That's not that hard. Anyone who's taken even basic algebra could figure it out. I've taken and remembered basic algebra. All right. Big damage time. Over 1,000 raw. I mean, not real raw. Bloated raw. Every time I try to explain the Lance formula, I just have a bunch of people going like, what? Like, I just get memed on. Here's the way it works. I'm only explaining it once. If 70%... if you took 70% of what your cutting damage would be, say 68%, and instead applied the blunt hit zone, and the blunt hit zone ended up being better than 70% of the cutting hit zone, it uses the blunt hit zone instead. Which is to say it has to be very resistant to, oh damn it, cutting damage and take a lot of impact damage. Something like a Daimyo Hermitage shell would have been a good example back in the day. Am I out of null berries? What a goddamn nightmare. Do I just have to live? This is my life now. It's always sad when you get the iframes, but you don't get the counter. Guys, this is terrifying. Null berries. Maidenless. Don't. Stop. Oh, god damn it! I can just keep sucking potions down and we'll be fine. No, no, no! Ah! Oh. Man, he goes out of enrage really quickly. Just found a flamethrower in Elden Ring? Making good use of those Bloodborne assets, I guess. Okay, we're okay. Please hit something. Please hit something. Oh, Jesus Christ. I should have just let him run a little bit. We're doing okay though. I know that sounds like copium, but I think we're doing okay. The insurance helped a lot. Cards left? 2, technically, because we had insurance. We carded twice, though, so we've got full Fortify going on. Which, how much does it matter? I don't know. It matters a little bit. The only thing that went, like, catastrophically bad is we did amazingly. Like, the one thing that we should not have done was miss the rock. We missed the rock. Which is a pretty huge goof. Anti-Elder Dragon Traps at some point? Like, where you could actually, like, tranquilize him? Or just for, like, damage. Wow. Will we get swimming back in 6? They're probably going to be turning 6 into, like, more of, like, an open world game, so we might get swimming. Yeah, occasionally you could do, like, a binder on Elder Dragons, right? It's not super rare. Is that 60 damage on the head? That's a pod! That's a real pod! Wow. We're not even at the 30-minute point yet. I thought this was going to take a lot longer. No! Why no knoll berries? Well, you know what? It's okay. We're close.
No.
We're getting real close now. I think it's the wall bangs that are doing it, honestly, guys. Are there any on the map? Yeah, but then I'd have to go and get them. That game just stuttered a little bit. I got really scared. Is he doing the clicking on the wind up? It's just like whenever he activates it, it activates bonus effluvium on you. You probably, because you went proper dual channel Mox, can actually significantly improve gaming performance. I had the same thing happen on my gaming PC. Because it only came with one channel, one stick of RAM. I'm like, oh, there's no way it can matter that much. It really does matter, though. I feel like we got this. Well, that's weird. That doesn't seem like it should be that much better then. Crazy. Oops. I'll agree. Is that the second pod? It's actually probably going to be limping soon. Oh, we got the evasion. You see me rolling. Pain. Oh, okay, hold on. 100% not hanging out in this area. If he's gonna, like, lay down the fart. Not doing it. Not worth it. Not sure how many mounts I've gotten. One? I'll try and get another one, I guess. Oh, those poor little Jagras. Thanks for the assist, bud. Ooh. Oh no! Oh, so close to dying. Oh! 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 Oh, no, 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 no. I'm crapping my pants. I'm crapping my pants. Oh, I'm so close to beefing it. Oh, you've got no idea. No. When you're staring down the barrel of the gun because you don't have any carts left, it's bad. This is bad. This is bad. We're running over here again. We got to keep doing area changes. I don't think crapping my pants would fuel a miracle. If I remember correctly, Val only really runs away at very low HP. I can't believe it. I wonder if he's going to keep limping or if he wants to fight now. Oh, he's enraged, so. The answer is yes. Yeah, he was on his way to sleep over there. Yeah, maybe he was technically already in the sleep zone, so put him off sleeping. It's kind of a weird zone for him to sleep in. He just sleeps in like some like little like nook. No! No! Oh! 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 What? We don't need to go to camp. We got three mega potions left. Oh, god damn it. No, please, not this. Anything but this. Oh, I can't fight him like that. Is he gonna sleep? I don't sound like Lemon Grab. I don't sound anything like Lemon Grab. Soccer Mom of Doom, hello. Good afternoon. I think he's just sleeping. I think he just went to sleep. Is he sleeping? He like sharded all over the zone. Oh, he's ready for another bang. Oh, that should be it. No, he's not. I mean, he's got to be low, though. This rock never comes back, does it? No. He should chase me here. Man, if that rock came back, it'd be so good. How come I never got that mount? Who would respawn the rock? Maybe the gotchas would show up and, like, hoist another rock up there? Ooh. Oh, I got down to yellow sharp. Oh. My ass. Oh, my aching anus. I think it's the worst. Namiel's weak to poison. And also will not be hitting me with a Fluvium. Shara's weak to poison. I might want to make a blast weapon, though. I don't know. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. Have I ever been okay? Have I ever looked okay? Have you ever once turned into this stream, looked at the streamer and say, oh, that's a streamer that looks completely okay? Yes. 100% well, emotionally, spiritually, and sexually adjusted. Absolutely. The literal definition of being okay. I got a VIP full bloom ticket. I thought you looked happy before. Yes, I'm happy. I just got a grinder deco and a red sharpness run. I'm very happy. Couldn't be happier. Never stop smiling. That fight just took like literally it took a year off of my life. It wasn't weird until we had the last one. It's only because I saw you in chat. You complete me. Look at my inventory. This is the inventory of a man who just had a hard time. I'm going to cut the stream here. We're going to do Namiel Research, Namiel, Ruiner, and Shar tomorrow. Should be finished in like 2 hours, I guess. And I guess we'll just do GU after that. Oh, I love Monster Hunter, but this is a very stressful stream. Change Discord. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Finish up this run and then get good way into tomorrow. I guess GU, we're going to get Anti-Aerial 3 and we'll kill a couple Mantises. Maybe Silver. Maybe Silver Rathalos ones. All right, I love you. Really, I really do. Okay, I love you. Goodbye.